Ready? Big one.
She said she.
Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is October 21, 2024. Remind everybody to please silence their phones if they haven't already. If you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, everybody got the agenda in front of them? I'm going to move that we revise the agenda. We're going to approve the meetings of June 7th, or the meeting of June 17th, 2024. We've got a little bobble on the May 15th, which we have on the minute. So I would like to revise the agenda to read with the May 15th, 2023 stricken. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ed. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Okay. So we have in front of us the meetings from June 17th, 2024. Are there any further corrections from that set of minutes? Anybody?
I'll just state, Mr. Chairman, I received all of the comments that you all had on those draft minutes. So if there are any other than the ones you all provided, we'll make those changes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so any further corrections? Could I get a motion to approve the June 17th, 2024 amendments?
I make a motion to approve the minutes from June 17th.
Thank you, Jan. Could I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Tony. Okay. Public comment. Anyone wish to speak prior to us starting this meeting? None seen. Old business, none. Okay. Item 7 is new business. And as we move into new business, the planning board will be performing the duties of the Southern Shores Board of Adjustment to consider VA-24-01, a variance application submitted by Anthony S. Mina to seek relief from Town Code Section 30-96F lots and Town Code Section 36-202D dimensional requirements to allow a subdivision of the property located at 75 East Dogwood Trail, Southern Shores. At this time, I will ask the board's attorney, Jay Wheelis, to give us instructions, direction, and comments concerning the order of the evidentiary hearing before us this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for clarification, I introduced myself to Mr. Mina earlier this evening, so it's Mina, not
Mina.
Mina.
Okay.
We weren't sure.
Thank you.
So, a hearing before the Board of Adjustments presents an opportunity for the applicant to be heard after a review or a determination of a zoning official, but before having to seek relief in a true North Carolina Court of Justice. The board will attempt to follow the formal rules of evidence. All evidence must be relevant, substantial, and competent. This is not a legislative public hearing where the public is invited to give opinion or provide wise thoughts, comments, or guidance to the board about how to write an ordinance or what an ordinance must say to approve or disapprove. We will now determine if any board member has a conflict of interest. It has been brought to my attention that the board chair, Andy Ward, in June of this year received several inquiries from citizens about a sign on or near Mr. Mina's property. Mr. Ward emailed town officials about this and asked if the sign violated the town's sign ordinance. My understanding is town staff found the sign did violate the ordinance, and I understand that Mr. Mina removed the sign. Mr. Ward, did the sign or your resulting inquiry cause you to have a fixed opinion about this specific subdivision variance request that is not susceptible to change?
No.
And timing-wise, was that sign incident even before you had knowledge of this particular variance or Mr. Mina's requests or applications with the town?
Yes.
Thank you. Turning my attention to the entire board, I ask each of you these following questions. Has any board member communicated with other board members, the parties, or town staff about this variance matter?
No.
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 Thank you. Does any board member have a fixed opinion that is not susceptible to change?
No.
No.
Does any board member have a close familial or business or other association or relationship with any party?
No.
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 Does any board member have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
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 Thank you. Ms. Arazaga-Wamble, do you have any challenge to any of the board members?
I do not, thank you.
Mr. Mina, do you challenge any of the board members?
My only question is for Mr. Ward. I completely agree with what he did as far as being on the board and reporting other people's complaints. to Mr. Haskett. I understand I was wrong having the sign there. My only concern is that there was other signs in the right-of-ways when you leave Southern Shores in either direction that weren't complained about. I'm not going to ask you to remove yourself or not include yourself in this hearing. I am going to ask that I am able to approach the bench and show you the code of ethics for Southern Shores employees to make sure you're aware of the code of ethics. So there isn't any problems moving forward with this hearing. As long as you're able to comply with the code of ethics, I think you'll be doing just fine up there.
Thank you. I think that you had included the code of ethics in your application, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Ward, did you review that?
I have.
Do you have any problem continuing to see it?
No, I do not.
You okay, Mr. Mina?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you very much. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. It is a real court proceeding. Only aggrieved parties may participate. A member of the public may participate if aggrieved. An aggrieved person may give relevant testimony under oath, no opinions, no emotional rants, no hearsay, just testimony based on the facts. It is just like taking the stand in a real courtroom. An aggrieved person is subject to cross-examination by the other parties and by this board, just like in court. To be aggrieved under North Carolina law, you must be directly and substantially affected by this board's decision in this specific matter. Guidance from past North Carolina case law and the North Carolina School of Government help us to understand that to be aggrieved, you must be an immediate neighbor whose property use, enjoyment, and/or value will be adversely impacted by the board's decision. If you are an aggrieved person and want to participate in this quasi-judicial hearing by giving sworn, factual testimony and be cross-examined, come forward to the lectern. You will be asked questions by the board so that the board may determine whether you are aggrieved and may participate in this hearing by giving testimony and being subject to cross-examination. Are there any persons wishing to hear whether you are aggrieved or not? All right, thank you. I am not the chair of this board. As its attorney, I will assist the chairman in running the formal structure and flow of the hearing itself. Questions of evidence will be decided by the chair, sometimes with my assistance, sometimes not. This board is not comprised of attorneys or land use experts. Some issues that may arise during the hearing could be complicated. The board will do its level best to decide all matters fairly and properly. The board's discretion is limited. The board must base its decisions upon competent evidence, which means trustworthy and reliable. Material evidence, meaning relevant to show how one of the variance standards will be met. And lastly, substantial, which means something a reasonable mind would believe is sufficient to support a finding of one or the other fact. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It's a decision constrained by standards in the ordinance, North Carolina law, and based on the facts presented during the hearing. If you are to be a sworn witness, you must focus your testimony on the facts and standards, not personal preference, emotion, opinion, or hearsay. The town will present its evidence first. Did we do that right? We were talking about you were doing it right. Applicant will present his testimony and evidence first. The board may ask questions. Town council may cross-examine the applicant's witnesses, whether one or more, and there may be further questions from the board. Thereafter, the town will present its evidence. The board may ask questions. The applicant may cross-examine the town's witnesses, and there may be further questions from the board. The evidentiary portion of the hearing will then be closed. Each party will be given a brief opportunity to sum up or argue the evidence before the board, and the board will then deliberate. The applicant has the burden of proof, and it rests on the applicant to produce competent, material, and substantial evidence that the all four questions established by the North Carolina legislature for granting of a variance have been met. As a party acting without an attorney, Mr. Mina, I just remind you, you have the same responsibilities that the town's council has in representing yourself, all the procedures and burdens as any other applicant would have with or without counsel. The questions established by the North Carolina legislature are these. Number one, does a strict application of the ordinance result in unnecessary hardship to the property owner? Number two, if there is an unnecessary hardship, does it result from conditions that are peculiar to this property? Number three, if there is an unnecessary hardship, does the hardship result by actions taken by the applicant? Is the requested variance consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance? The applicant must succeed on each and every one of these questions by a 4/5 vote. That's not something this board has established. That's North Carolina law, not a simple majority. Less than a 4/5 vote on one question, just one question, would require the board to deny the variance. That is the law. Mr. Chairman, it is time for the applicant's evidence. I turn this meeting over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheelis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mina, hope I got that right.
Yes, sir.
If I don't, occasionally I'll slip up. I'm sorry ahead of time. But we're going to go through the application that you have provided to the town, and we all have copies of. It's page 1 through page 29. What I would like to do is go through from page 1, which is mainly just information on you and where the property is, and move down to the bottom of page 1, item 4.
And
Which
Mr.
said-
Chair, if I could just briefly interrupt, I'm not sure, I don't know if they did the oath before we started the meeting or if everyone needs to be sworn.
We haven't, but as soon as he gets up, we'll
Okay.
do it.
So
Thank
I
you.
thought he was working from the table. I just wanted to make sure everyone
You're
was
right.
under oath before we got questions or.
And your microphone's satisfied, everybody can hear? Okay. Well, I mean, you can come to the podium or you can sit right there. It looks more comfortable there, so.
Yes,
I
I
would
have
like-
some exhibits that I have for each board member, so
I would
will-
like for you to be sworn first, if that's appropriate,
It is.
Jay. Sheila's, our town clerk's coming over to,
He can either be affirmed or sworn.
Okay, all those wishing to give testimony,
It
please
doesn't
stand
care.
up
It's easier to do them all at once.
Yeah.
Anybody will give testimony.
and raise your right hand. Do you swear?
Just in case. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to this board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
yes, ma'am.
I do.
All right.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to ask, just procedurally, did we want to address any preliminary motions or questions about notice? I do have two town employees here for that one motion that was emailed.
Motion.
I'm not,
Mr.
Familiar with-
Mina's motion to preclude the
Oh,
hearing.
motion to preclude. Thank you. We would need to do that. Are you withdrawing that motion, or is that still something you want to have heard?
I believe the motion to preclude this hearing should be heard first, since there's legal issues that prove that there isn't a legal basis to force me to be here.
Okay.
So I'm,
So what we'll do is we'll tackle that piece of the equation first, and maybe it will be the only piece of the equation we'll tackle, but we'll see. You did file that motion. It was appropriately given to all of the board members and to counsel for the town. It would be appropriate for the town to go ahead and put those two witnesses on, or whoever it is that you've got that may be speaking to that issue. And then we'll let you cross-examine and put on any evidence you've got regarding that as well.
All right, well, I'll address at least, I believe Mr. Mina's motion has multiple facets, but at least in regards to notice, I'll address the notice portions of his motion to preclude the hearing. Certainly, the town disagrees that there's no legal basis to be here, and also remind the board that Mr. Mina is actually the one who filed the application to be here tonight. So to begin, I will I'll call Mr. Wes Haskett to testify regarding the notice.
Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure.
Would it be possible to put that notice up on the board?
But I can.
So I was going to have Mr. Haskett set forth Mr. Mina's motion, and maybe Mr. Mina should make his motion first, but Mr. Mina's motion alleges that the town did not provide sufficient notice for tonight's hearing, and that's what I was going to just address preliminarily, was
Okay.
that the town did meet the notice requirements for tonight's hearing, and then we can let him argue his motion, and then if we have any rebuttal, we can maybe address from there some specific things, if that's okay.
I apologize for interrupting. That isn't what my motion's,
I'm sorry?
that's not what my motion states.
Well, when we get to the argument, you can put on what evidence you want to regarding your motion. If she's wrong about that.
I didn't say that the town did not provide sufficient notice for tonight's hearing. That isn't my motion. May I read my motion?
So if he agrees that there's sufficient notice for tonight's hearing, then I think we're all stipulated to that. And I would ask then that do I need to hear for anything else? What are we part of it? Hearing notice?
My motion states applicant's motion to preclude variance hearing scheduled for October 21st, 2024 due to Southern Shores conspiracy to falsify material information to the public and planning board. Grant applicants variances from section 3096F and section 36202D and refund applicants $350 variance application fee. And what my motion is based on is false information that Wes Haskett provided the planning board, knowing that the information is false. And I even emailed Wes Haskett and said, would you please correct the things in your email that are false? And he said, I will not change anything in my email before the hearing.
Was this the email for Mr. Haskett's recitation of his argument for the town? The one where he talks about the 4 variance requirements?
Yes. Would you like me to get to the false information?
No, but what we would do normally in a court proceeding is that he would be able to put his evidence on, and then you'd be able to cross-examine him to show the falsity of it, instead of just being able to come right out and say, it's all false, I win. He'd get to put on evidence, the same as you would get to put on evidence and then be cross-examined. So if it's the issue, if the issues about which you're complaining in your motion to preclude are Mr. Haskett's 3 or 4 page email, I can't remember how long it was, where he recites certain facts that he believes are true, then that's the whole essence of the hearing too.
May I point out one very important fact, sir?
Yes.
One very important fact is one of the reasons we are here is because there was a zoning amendment made at my property on June 6, 2023. Wes Haskett hid the zoning amendment from me until June.
I'm going to stop you right here, Mr. Mina. I think I'll defer to Mr. Willis we got to stay in the your preclusion. And I think the town's attorney is just asking if there is notice for tonight's hearing and if it was adequate.
I believe the notice for tonight's hearing is adequate.
Got it, okay. So next, on the actual motion to preclude, when I read it and of course studied your materials, it seemed as if it is based on many of the same facts and arguments, but it's a preliminary shot across the bow. If I can stop it right up front, I want to do that using the same arguments, falsity, collusion, and so forth. And you may have other things when you put on your evidence. My point is that the town ought to be able to put their evidence on, and then you get to cross-examine them. You may win your motion on your cross-examination. but without some evidence, we don't have any way to get to your argument yet. We're happy to hear the motion at the end of the town's presentation because it is based on the substantive facts for which your appeal is structured or on which your appeal is structured. So what we ought to do, probably to really clean it up for everybody, is let's go ahead and let the town, you consented that motion tonight is, that notice tonight is adequate. You're here, not objecting to that. And I know that you allege that there are other notices that weren't. It's a lot of the substance of what your argument is. So I'm not, unless we go ahead and, it seems to me that we could hear the evidence, then address your motion to preclude. And if you win that, then you're done. If you lose that, then we go on to the 4 questions for the variance itself, because they're all so intertwined with the same evidence that you wish to present and that probably Mr. Haskett wishes to present.
All right, I'm ready to present my motion to preclude when you're ready, sir.
Okay. My point is that we ought to go ahead and have the hearing, the substantive hearing, and then you make your motion at the end. It's almost like a motion to dismiss. Your Honor, there's not enough evidence to even hear an argument here. That would be your argument in the end. That's your motion to preclude, but we've got to have the evidence first. You don't get to say, I win because of my paper writing that says it's all false. We got to have the evidence. You get to cross-examine and show how his testimony is prejudiced or false or whatever it may be. Then we can all make a decision.
I'm ready to present my application, sir.
Okay, we got
Okay.
it. Thank you. Now we're on track.
Right.
Appreciate that. And we'll get the motion to preclude after the evidence.
Okay, may I stand when I present?
You can do it however you want. But we're going to start with item 4, which says, list specific zoning ordinance sections and subsections from which a variance is to be requested. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Paragraph 4 indicates that there's 2 sections that I'm asking for a variance.
All right, so now you left the microphone. If you can,
Am I speaking loud?
you're speaking loud enough for the court reporter, but I don't know that it's going to pick you up.
mic.
If you'd like to do the lectern, Mr. Meany, you could do the lectern. That'd be
I just have a
great.
list of things that I'm.
And if you need to approach, I'll help you distribute those things, no problem at all.
Thank you. My application seeks variance is from 2 different sections. However, only one section there's 2 different plats, and each plat only requires a variance from one section. So I've been denied for 2 different subdivision plans for 2 different reasons. One subdivision plan does not have lot access without an easement, which was due to 3096F, which was changed in August of 2021 and required all lot subdivisions to front on a public road. I've asked for a variance from that section first, because a variance providing that subdivision plan will result with me exceeding the standards of the town's spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance more. I have 25 years in experience in the home improvement field. I've worked for hundreds of customers providing property maintenance services. I've been in the construction field and actually had the last job that I worked on in Pennsylvania published in the Philadelphia Inquirer before I moved down here. I'm very confident that the work that I do would exceed Southern Shore's expectations for an aesthetically pleasing property that other property owners will appreciate and feel adds value to the neighborhood. So my first variance, my first requested for variances for a plan that I have the most confidence in. My second variance plan is for plat number 2 pertains to section 36202D, which requires 100 feet of lot width from the front to the back of the lot. When I purchased my house, the property only required 100 feet at the front building line. And this subdivision plan can exceed the town's spirit, purpose, and intent. And I can make the property beautiful with the subdivision plan approved with the houses this way. I have much more of a legal argument for the second plan. It's really an embarrassment to have to go through this, to get there, to get my subdivision plan approved. To be honest with you, I would much rather be standing here and telling you about my experience in the construction field and my experience in property maintenance field, and not about my case, my legal argument and misconduct and notification requirements that weren't met and lies that were told to me, and on and on and on, and I'm going to be up there for a while. So just with that said, I don't want to be up here, sitting here talking about West Haskett and Cliff Ogburn and things that they've done that don't meet the code of ethics. But I am here to present a variance application and possibly go to the appeals or wherever this has to go to get a subdivision plan approved, because I bought a house with a subdividable lot and the zoning code was hidden from me. So the plans that are referenced in paragraph 4 were denied by West Haskett. And you can see their denial in Exhibit 1B. And
Mr. Mina, I'm going to interrupt you just for a second and just ask a simple question. Are you satisfied with the answers that you've given us for number 4 in your application? Because if so, I want to move to number 5 and take it in that order. Do you have anything additional that you would need us to know from the question that answer 4 asked?
no, I would say it's pretty self-explanatory if you're on the planning board. I think Exhibit 1A has West Haskett's denial referencing the 2 codes that I'm asking for a variance for. As I explained, I only need one code, a variance from one code to obtain a lot subdivision. And what my reference is, which is the 3096F, which would relieve me of the burden of needing the back lot, the front on the street. So I believe if I own both these properties and have an easement, it's my property, my easement. I'm not bothering anybody else by what I'm doing there. By requiring lot access is actually making the property more safe and accessible to emergency vehicles like fire trucks and stuff like that, because my current property has the driveway ending 75 feet from the house. So the new plan that I've submitted would meet your standards of safety more than the existing property.
Just to be clear, you've got an Exhibit 2A and 2B. Your preference is 2A. Is that correct? That's the one where parcel A is exclusively along the front, and you've got an easement going to parcel B. Just want to tie your testimony. I think that I'm understanding it correctly, but I want to tie it visually to these exhibits. And it might be up above you as well. You can.
That is my preference, which is on the screen right
Got it.
there.
That's Exhibit 2A.
Yes,
Okay,
2A.
got it. All right, thank you. And in large part, that would answer number 5 as well, wouldn't it? Not trying to put words in your mouth, but to provide the type, dimension, and amount of location of the variance requested. Primary option would be Exhibit 2A. Second request, based on your variance, would be 2B.
Yes, at the bottom of paragraph 5. It explains that Plat 2 shows a 100-foot setback at the building front setback line as zoning code required when applicant agreed to purchase the property as potentially subdividable as per Southern Shores. Not only did I purchase a potentially subdividable property, I purchased a property that was potentially subdividable as per Southern Shores. And that's what Outer Banks Realty Group listed the property as. And I've got communication from Outer Banks Realty Group and West Haskett communicating about the subdivision plan.
Yep. And those exhibits are in your application.
I have all these exhibits that aren't in my application, but are more of cross-examination against West Haskett because he filled his report with false information.
So do you want to wait until Mr. Haskett testifies and then figure out whether you'll submit those or use them on cross?
I can go through my application and use my presentations.
Okay, so we're on, I think, does that get us to number 7 now, Mr. Chairman?
6. Oh, well, I meant 6.
Number 5 also references that Exhibit 2C of my application proves that the zoning codes prohibiting the 75 East Dogwood Trail subdivision are legally adopted. And what that means is Exhibit 2C proves that there wasn't public notice at the affected properties.
So I'm going to object at this juncture. The validity of the town ordinance is not under attack at a variance hearing. The ordinance is in place. There's not been any sort of filing in Superior Court or any sort of judicial ruling that has found that the ordinance was not validly adopted.
Excuse me, I
Sustained.
oppose.
Mr. Meenum, we are going to respectfully ask you to stay with the facts of why we are here for a variance. Not innuendo or accusations, but solid facts. And that's why we're here, to decide your variance application based on the facts.
I understand your position,
And
sir.
That's why I have sustained what she said. So we need to move on.
Sir, may I add one thing?
Sure.
West Haskett opened the door to this in his filing and claimed that all notification requirements were met. So I have grounds to,
And I think you can address those on cross with the town. Wouldn't that be fair?
It would be. He'd be open to wide open cross-examination.
Yeah. Is that okay by you? Because we need to stay in a narrow lane for these 5 people up here deciding your variance. We don't need to go down some rabbit holes of accusations. We need solid evidence that pertains to the 2 ordinances that are before us tonight. So
I understand what you're saying. I've
Okay.
brought undeniably solid evidence with me, and I will present my evidence as we go through the
and you
filing,
are,
because fraud is a big factor in me obtaining the variance.
you will be able to cross the town when they present their case. So if it's okay with you, I have one question about the exhibit the plats, Exhibit 1A and,
2A.
I mean, I'm sorry, 2A and 2B. They were different, they're a day apart. One was, I believe, June 26, 2024, and the other one was June 27, 2024. My question is there an initial plat that's dated 3/14/24? We didn't get an initial plat, we just got two sketches showing pretty much what you intend to ask for.
Are you asking me for a Mylar copy?
No, I'm asking, I'm assuming that the initial plat dated 3/14/24 is in existence. We didn't get it in our packet with your variance application.
You didn't get,
Is
We
that
didn't-
because there's a
Plat and
reference
my-
on
my-
2A or 2B to the March plat? Okay, that's,
Yeah,
there's a reference on 2A and 2B to a March plat that we haven't seen and didn't know if it may be germane, relevant.
there's a reference, I apologize. There is a reference. Can you point it out to me? That you were asking me? Lower right-hand corner. Okay,
yeah, lower right-hand corner under your name
yes,
and your fiance's name
yes,
is a date. It
yes.
says 3/14/2024, which would be the original plat, I would assume. But I'm assuming because we don't have the original plat.
Yes, I would imagine that would be the date that the original plat was prepared by Douglas Steins, or that may be the
Correct.
date that he was at my property surveying the property.
But we don't have in our evidence that plat. That's all I'm saying. So
I apologize.
that's okay.
I-
Let's move on if that's,
I don't believe the plat that you're asking for from 3/14/2024 wouldn't be relevant to tonight's hearing because it would not have the subdivision lines on there that I'm asking for
It would
a
just-
variance.
it would be a clean plat with no preliminary stuff on there. But
I
it's,
apologize.
Yeah, it would be.
I do not think I have a copy of that plat with me, but I
that,
could sit.
that's
there
not
for a
gonna
few
hold
minutes
us
and Go
up.
through my email and find it for you if you really
Sure.
want it.
That's not going to hold us up here. Okay, so are you satisfied that we move on from number 5 and go to 6, which is this variance request the result of a notice of violation issued by the Southern Shores Planning and Code Enforcement Department? You have marked no. Is that satisfactory?
I did not receive a violation notice. I received denials of subdivision plans.
Okay. All right, then moving on to number 7. Jay, do you mind reading that for me?
Explain how the variance request meets the approval criteria for the granting of a variance as set forth by the Town of Southern Shores Code of Ordinances by answering the following questions. Note that personal inconvenience or financial burden standing alone will not be considered as evidence in determining unnecessary hardship. Unnecessary hardship must be attributable to a unique or particular physical condition of the property that is not shared by other properties and has not been created by the actions of the applicant. Question number 1, under 7, describe the unnecessary hardship created on the property by the strict enforcement of the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. Okay. Floor is yours for number 7.
I apologize. I just want to make sure you understand that Exhibit 2
Outlines.
goes with, it says answer number 5 here, and it explains the different town codes that need a variance from, and also explains explains issues that Mr. Ward does not want to talk about right now, such as notification requirements not being met.
And agreed, it's in there, your allegation is in there, and when the town presents that evidence, he's wide open for your cross.
Okay.
And we also agree that you've begun to answer quite thoroughly number 7 on the second page of your Exhibit 2. And that's where we are right now, describing the unnecessary hardship.
Yes, number 7, my answer to number 7 states the illegally adopted zoning amendment code 3096F prohibiting 30 feet easement access when August 3rd, 2021 changes the property's 47,213 square feet from being used as 2 separate lots with a subdivision by right to a 1-home lot. My property is big enough for 2 lots and then some. There's a 20,000 square foot minimum per property in RS1, and I have 47,000 square feet. Southern Shores requires lots to have 20,000 square feet on each property. And with a 30-foot easement access, all zoning codes are complied with, so a lot subdivision will be approved as shown in Exhibit 2A. Dominion Power has already installed 2 electric boxes on the property, so a second home can be built. And Southern Shores helped Outer Banks Realty Group sell the property to applicant as a lot with a possible subdivision. A true and correct copy of the listing and West Haskett's communication to Outer Banks Realty Group and the previous owner indicating the lot subdivision sounded possible is marked Exhibit 3. Exhibit 3 of my variance application has Ellen Creech of Outer Banks Realty Group, who works with Jim Monroe, who was speaking with Wes Haskett, telling me,
I'm going to object to the email from the third party and the conversations that Mr. Mina contends he had with the third party.
Grounds being hearsay.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, you've got 2 options. One is you could let it in. It's here already, we've seen it.
Yeah.
And the other is, she's right, technically it is a hearsay objection, and would be excluded under the rules of evidence.
I apologize, when she objects, don't I get to also give you my
Absolutely, you
2
do.
cents or whatever you
You
want to
do.
call it? Okay.
You do. What is your position as to the
My
objection
position,
of
I should
hearsay?
say. My position on the hearsay is it should be allowed to be submitted because Exhibit 3 has the email from Wes Haskett to Linda Lullaby. So I'm presenting an actual email between Wes Haskett and Linda Lullaby where they agree that exactly what I'm testifying occurred. If you read it, the email, I'll read it to you.
Let
Just
me,
dear
hold on,
Wes.
hold on. Here's the right way to do it. When he gets on the stand, pull it out. Isn't this true? On cross, and you get it in. But right now, as a part of your primary evidentiary hearing, it is a hearsay. The chair can still let it in. It is objectionable and exclusionary under the hearsay rule. But on cross-examination, you could get it in.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not an attorney, and you have different ways of doing what you do. My position is I obtained the information from a public records request. So if she wants to dispute the information not being real, and
I'm gonna sustain, and I want you to stay in line with what we absolutely know, not what we read between the lines, but what we absolutely know. And I see it up there, I've read it, and I understand it. But you're accusing, at this point, when, like Mr. Wheeler says, when you get up there, you get to directly confront What, we're going to let you present it, just in a different time frame.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay, those exhibits will not be presented at that time, so they're exhibit number 3. Attached to my variance came from public records request. The hardships imposed by the legally adopted zoning code amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages because the only reason applicant bought a $625,000 house was because he could easily sell the new subdivided lot for more than $200,000, with the most comparable canal front lot selling at 91 South Dogwood Trail for $365,000. Applicant is a home improvement provider who is planning on hiring a local construction company to help build a second home applicant could rent or sell. Applicant's fiance is a Dare County school teacher. One of her coworkers, who is also a Coast Guard family, is potentially interested in renting or purchasing the home. Applicant was supposed to be able to build at 75 East Dogwood Trail when he entered into an agreement to purchase the property. Exhibit 2B shows how all zoning codes would be complied with if the zoning amendment legally adopted on June 6, 2023, changing lot width requirements, was not used to prevent the lot subdivision, and the 100-foot lot width at the building front perpendicular line was still the lot width requirement.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to object, kind of an ongoing objection to the characterization that this was a legally adopted zoning amendment, because that's not the situation in regards to the town ordinance. But rather than object every time that's going to be said tonight, just note it for the record that the town does object to that characterization, but we can move on.
And the chair has ruled on that
Yeah.
favorably for the town.
So noted.
Thank you.
You understand when you're saying something's illegal and you don't have absolute proof, I'm going to stop you.
Or it will be disregarded
It
as
will
part
be-
of the evidence.
Yeah. We
Sir, I
We-
apologize. Maybe you have not gone through my exhibits, but Exhibit 2C is from Southern Shores, and it contains the proof that the amendments were illegally adopted. Notification requirements were not met. This is from Sheila Kane. It's in response to the public records request.
I'm just going to
presenting-
renew my objection in regards to the validity of the town zoning ordinance. That ordinance is in good standing, in place, and active as we sit here tonight. And those are the very ordinance sections from which he seeks a variance. So I just wanted to note, just to be clear, so I don't keep objecting every time he says a legally adopted ordinance. I'm not trying to hem up this process. I just want to note for the record that the town does object to that characterization, and it should be disregarded going forward. But again, the legality of the ordinance as we sit here tonight is not subject for consideration. That's the town's position.
So
Sir,
noted.
my position is Wes Haskett is involved with inducing fraud during this real estate transaction, which is one of the reasons I'm asking for a variance. So when I present all this evidence in cross-examination, which actually I should be presenting right now because my application states fraud as a reason that I'm asking for a variance. Fraud is a hardship imposed on me and my family. Like I said, I don't want to be here talking about the town that I moved to and how Wes Haskett and Cliff Ogburn are complete frauds, but this is the
I'm gonna
evidence.
object.
What,
I have lie after lie after lie right here. This is my presentation. This isn't what I wanted to come here with. I wanted to come here with a building plan and tell you how beautiful I think I can make the property look.
well,
But we're here,
Mr. Mina, it is your responsibility to give us facts. Just like Ms. Womble said, it can't be innuendo or accusations. It's got to be facts for these 5 people.
okay, these are facts. These are
Now
emails
that-
from Wes Haskett. Okay, I'm not
We got
going to sit here and talk about the sports section of the newspaper with you. I'm bringing you Wes Haskett's emails.
So let's
And I
think.
just,
Go ahead.
I was just going to note also that part of, and kind of in full to that, I mean, he's noted that fraud is his hardship, and that as the board is aware, and Mr. Wheelis is well aware, that the law in North Carolina as it relates to variances has to be related to the property itself. to the condition, to the size, to the peculiarity of the actual parcel itself, not these kind of theoretical ideas of fraud or illegally adopted ordinances or notice violations. They have to be tied to the property. So my I guess, new objection or renewed objection is really kind of twofold, which is we're not here about legalities of the adoption process of the standing ordinance as it is, but we are here for a variance, and that is related to the property itself, to the condition of the parcel itself, not regards to emails and allegations of fraud or conspiracies.
It's
So
relevancy.
relevancy. Thank you.
We're trying.
The fraud is relevant here.
Excuse me. We are trying to try two different things at one time with you. You understand how difficult that is for us to hear your variance. You've got one allegation going of fraud and a lawsuit pending, and then you want a variance. So we're here for the variance.
Yeah,
All of your accusations of impropriety can be addressed when the town puts on theirs, but I want you to stay to the facts. Just like the sun's coming up tomorrow, that's a fact,
Yes, I understand.
okay? And that way we can move on. When the town gets up there, you can have at it, but I want to stick with the facts, and I want to stick with what we as a planning board have been sent in your application to give you a fair hearing, okay?
May I ask one question?
One question, yes.
I understand completely what you're saying, that you would like me to cross-examine Mr. Haskett. However, you say stick with the facts, and the fact is Wes Haskett sent me an email on June 1st saying that there's a new zoning ordinance being adopted June 6th. It's an email right here.
Yeah.
That's a fact. I'm not understanding
Yeah.
like why I wouldn't put a fact like that in my variance application right now, because it's clearly a fact. Emails from Wes Haskett, and it's a whole chain of emails from Wes Haskett where he hid a zoning code from me for an entire month of communication when I'm asking specifically about subdividing the lot. And then on June 7th, he says that the subdivision code was adopted to prevent lot subdivisions. So he was hiding a code from me about subdivisions when I'm asking for subdivisions, and I have it all here documented. So I don't understand. You're telling me to cross-examine Wes, but it's relevant to my variance application. So it's kind of like if you oppose my application and I go to the appeals court, they're going to say the town attorney was advising the applicant to do these things, but the town attorney is working for the town, the planning board, not for the applicant. The applicant shouldn't have been following his advice.
Okay.
So I understand completely the process of cross-examination, but when I have this application here with relevant issues to the hardships opposed and zoning codes hidden from me, I don't understand how a zoning code being hidden from me, which is documented in emails from Wes Haskett, is not a fact that should be submitted with my application.
Well, at cross, you bring that up, but I want to keep rolling with your narrative from number 7. You got about halfway there. I think you got down to B in Exhibit 2. Would you like to keep reading, or do you want us to follow
B.
along with you?
The spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning code will be utilized with great pride at 75 East Dogwood Trail by granting a variance from the illegally adopted zoning codes, because when applicant agreed to purchase 75 East Dogwood Trail as a potentially subdividable lot, the 20,000 square feet closest to Dogwood Trail was going to be used for a to-be-built home for sale or rent. Applicant planned on hiring a construction company like Reliant Construction, Croton Custom Homes, Saga Construction, or another construction company known in the Outer Banks for exceptional quality construction to help applicants' home improvement business as needed. I've met with Croton Custom Homes, and Saga Construction at my property, and both those companies have told me that I need to get the,
Oh, objections to what those companies have told him?
I missed that.
It's a hearsay objection.
I'm sorry, I objected for hearsay in regards to what the companies told him. I don't object that he met with them at his property.
Sustained.
okay, and I've met with these construction companies, and my understanding is that I need to get the lot subdivision approved as I bought 75 East Dogwood Trail to be used for. Applicant planned on preserving and enhancing the existing home to make the house known as the Dick White House, a house that would be admired by people and not looked as it is now. An eyesore that has been neglected so long that people wonder when the house is going to be torn down. Applicant has more than 25 years' experience in home improvement and construction field and has worked for hundreds of clients in Pennsylvania, where he owned his own property maintenance business. About 24 years ago, applicant's work at the Red Barn, and the attached picture was limited to landscaping, but owner Ed Cunius does the kind of construction work applicant admires most. Mr. Cunius's construction company renovated the barn in the attached picture, which is located at 1050 Copeland School Road, Westchester, PA 19380, and also renovated another stone barn applicant worked at, located at 117 Cross Point Drive, Westchester, PA. There's an email, a website address where you can actually see the barns. After seeing the barns Mr. Cunius renovated, applicant dreamed of renovating an old barn himself, and the Dick White House really resembles an old barn that is in serious need of updating to complement the neighborhood charm and pride of the other homeowners. So my applicant immediately fell in love with this subdividable 1 acre lot with 450 feet of canal frontage, and applicant's plans are to continue removing the trees overhanging the canal and remodel the west side of the property facing the canal as pictured below, as well as renovate most of the interior property. Applicant has been known for years to take great pride in his work and relentlessly complete the work he has committed to. The pictures below, which are attached in this application as Exhibit 2, my last house in Pennsylvania, that was applicant's last job completed in Pennsylvania. Applicant and his fiance bought the house in extreme need of home improvements for about $110,000. Sold the house when applicant was done building additions and renovating for $820,000. Philadelphia Inquirer wrote a story about applicant's last job at 100 Bridge Street in their newspaper, which can be read online. I brought the newspaper article here. I'd like to give each of you a copy of the article. I actually brought the original too. It's here at the bottom of this page. It says spiritual place blooms.
Let's give that to the chair. And do you have one for Ms. Arizaga-Wamble?
Here's my last job in Pennsylvania.
Hold on. He's got a rule on it first as part of the admissible evidence. Do
she
you have
needs to go.
something? There you go. Thank you.
Westchester County.
Whatever he did, he was consistent with the spirit and the Lord.
27th. Yeah. exactly.
Mr. Chair, I guess I don't have an objection other than maybe relevance, but for the purpose
Well,
of his presenting this.
I'm gonna let him pass it
then that's
out.
fine.
I mean, it,
Relevance is the spirit, purpose, and intent of the
exactly.
zoning amendment.
Yep.
Appears to me to increase enhance the beauty of the town. And I am trying to prove to the town that I am capable of making improvements to my property that will enhance the.
The chair has admitted, so if you could pass it out, that'd be great. You don't have to,
No,
you don't have to go over there.
over here, yeah, no,
Yep, just,
do you have one long?
I can look on with Wes
Okay.
if there's not enough.
Mr. Chairman, do you admit into evidence the Philadelphia Inquirer, Sunday, August 14, 2022, A Spiritual Place Blooms?
I do. And let the record show that all,
Because we have something that says property line.
You have two different things,
That's
Mr.
at the
Mina.
bottom of the newspaper.
At the bottom section? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I just want to make sure we were on
Okay.
the same page, that's all. I understand.
okay,
So the article pertaining to you is at the bottom of that?
Yes.
Okay, got it,
Property line,
got it. Philadelphia,
I think it's in the first
okay.
paragraph.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give it back to you.
Mr. Chair, while we're kind of at the calls here for this exhibit, I did have two town utility employees here who were here solely for the purpose of the posting of this hearing. I'd
Okay,
like to release them since we have a stipulation to that, unless the board has an objection. We're kind of, I told them I thought this would be addressed early on. I think it was. I just want to make sure that the board is satisfied with that stipulation about notice for tonight's hearing.
They were here just for the purpose of notice
Just
of
for the
this
purpose
hearing.
of this hearing, that's correct.
I agree.
Okay.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think they should be released.
That is,
The applicant has consented that notice for this particular hearing was given.
Correct. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm so we could let it know.
sure.
Thanks.
Should I make? Moving on, I would like to enter into, or put this in the record, that all 5 board members have a copy of the newspaper article from Mr. Mina. Okay,
Is this exhibit what?
Right now, it's going to be Exhibit 1, because we still have yet to admit the whole application.
Okay.
okay. In the second page of number 7, Exhibit 2,
Yes, I am at the part where it says the 100 Bridge Street house was located on one of the busiest streets in a small town and went from being the ugliest house in the town to a very admired house that many neighbors appreciated because the applicant built a waterfall along the sidewalk that enhanced the entire town's curb appeal and the drive into the town. Public safety will be secured because allowing the variance from Town Code 3096F will actually make 75 East Dogwood Trail safer than it is without the variance because the existing driveway is about 70 feet from applicant's front door right now. And if emergency vehicles such as fire trucks needed to get close to 75 Dogwood Trail, it would nearly be impossible without the variance. Lastly,
let me butt in here for a minute. The last paragraph, I'm not sure, we definitely needed to get into the record, but there are several accusations and innuendos in that paragraph that I'm quite certain Ms. Wamble would object to.
And may have been covered by her previous objections.
Yes. So while they would be entered into the record as your application, we're not going to go there at this time with the last paragraph. You'll get your chance.
You're not.
We all have a copy of Exhibit 2, your last paragraph.
You don't have a copy of Exhibit 2,
Exhibit 2.
Mhm.
yes?
Yes, right there.
Yes?
That last paragraph is.
I think what the chair's saying, that there'll be no testimony taken in terms of that. It is part of your application, but there's been a continuing objection to the allegations illegally hid, the conclusions that you're making. So maybe available to you on cross with Mr. Haskett, but as a part of your primary evidentiary showing, the chair has objected to it. And well, it's been objected to and that has been sustained.
Yeah,
I didn't get an opportunity to state why I don't think that the objection should be sustained. May I ask?
It was objected to early, and you did because you asked for the opportunity to be heard on that. Not as to that paragraph, but the relevance and the allegations that are in it are the same ones that were previously objected to.
So you're saying despite the application asking me to state how substantial justice will be achieved, you're not going to allow me to present evidence stating?
If you have other evidence other than in this paragraph, absolutely. Or your evidence could come out on cross.
or you can read it and we'll just let Ms. Womble object. Jay, well,
It's
Well,
It's
I'm
fine,
going
it will
to
be part of his
object.
application, but
yeah. Have at it. But I really don't want to have her object to every other sentence in there. I'm trying to move this thing along best as possible.
I
So,
understand you're trying
now
to
go
move
ahead
this
and
thing
read it.
along.
Now, go
but
ahead.
I have to say for myself that I'm here to present a case
Yeah,
where a false pretense real estate scam was involved with my case. I didn't completely understand it's been an embarrassment to the town, but it is what it is. There are emails from Wes Haskett.
Mr. Mina, you can either read this or we're going to move on. Your choice.
Lastly, substantial justice will be achieved with the variance being granted because right now Wes Haskett has Wes Haskett has Southern Shores tied to a false pretense real estate scam where Southern Shores,
I'm going to object
okay,
in its entirety to this paragraph and the bottom of, I guess, the last full paragraph of in Exhibit 2. Again, I'm going to renew that in regards to relevancy and, I mean, we're not here for that. There's allegations regarding many things that we're not here for tonight.
relevancy
Sustained.
is, we're here because,
Sustained.
okay.
We're moving on. Okay, Exhibit 2, which is page 9 through 12. We're at the bottom of the 12th page of Mr. Mina's application.
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt you, but when I asked about the code of ethics, there's one reason why. It's because paragraph 1 says, I will always obey the law. And what I'm presenting here is Wes Haskett not obeying the law. So when I asked you if there was going to be a problem with the code of ethics being followed at today's hearing, when I didn't object to you sitting on the board, and you said, no, I'm familiar with the code of ethics. Well, here we are. The code of ethics are already thrown in the trash. Nobody's here is complying with code of ethics in here anymore. We're sitting here complying with probably the person getting paid the most of the town's money.
Okay,
to
that's
hide
enough.
corruption.
That's enough. All right. In number 7, we have looked at the first part of number 7, which says, please see Exhibit 2, answer 7A. You have gone through Exhibit 2, explained how the property can be used if the variance is not granted is the next section under 7. Once again, you have the floor.
Explain how the property can be used if the variance is not granted. The property can be used for one single-family home and cannot be used as a subdividable property as the house was sold to me as per Southern Shores, which makes Southern Shores directly involved with a false pretense real estate scam. And I have all the evidence that I need, and I will present the evidence when Wes Haskett states his staff report. That is the answer to that question.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Explain how the property can be used if the variance is granted.
The property, if the variance is granted, the property can be subdivided into 2 single-family homes, as the listing for sale said was possible, as per Southern Shores. Please see Exhibit 3. And there's something very important that needs to be stated
So I
here.
previously objected to Exhibit 3, and just would note, my objection continues in regards to that. These are the emails between Mr. Mina and the real estate company. Again, the representations by the real estate company are not, why we're here. I mean, I can understand why they would explain what he did next, but in terms of being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, I would object to that nature.
Isn't,
I
well, stand by real quick. Isn't there an exception to the hearsay rule, though, with regard to public records?
So the emails that he has produced, that he is contending here, are from the real estate company. And to my knowledge, not,
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mina,
Whoa, you can't,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
you can't.
no, you can't. You
Mr.
gotta-
Mina,
you
hold
need
on.
to go back to your seat.
You get to ask to approach, but just,
I apologize.
that's okay. We'll let you do we'll give you some latitude, but just
Yeah.
hold on.
so 3, there's multiple number 3s. So.
Is it
He
your
has-
position that none of those came from town
my-
staff?
No, my position is that
Or were produced by town staff as a part of a public records request?
were these produced by you? Do you recognize these? I am talking about the beginning portions from the real estate company.
Exhibit 3 with Team Creech. Is that Exhibit 3, Mr. Mina?
Exhibit 3 is a
From your
combination of
It's 6 pages.
correspondence stating that the property was potentially subdividable. Some of the
Okay.
correspondence is from between me and Outer Banks Realty, and some of the correspondence is between Wes Haskett and Linda Lullaby, who is the previous owner of my property, and Wes Haskett, and where Wes Haskett is explaining that he spoke to Jim Monroe, who is an Outer Banks Realtor who sold the property and said that lot subdivision was possible, sounded possible.
Okay,
Did you
These
get
are
any of,
provided-
did you get any of those from the town, or are these things that you produced through your own efforts outside the public records requests that you may have made?
No, these emails between Wes Haskett and Linda Lullaby were produced from, I believe her name is Sheila Kane.
A
in
town
response-
representative?
Yes, in response to a public records request.
let's back up just for a minute. You were explaining how the property can be used if the variance is granted. That's where we stopped. And you said the property can be subdivided and used for 2 single-family homes, as listing for sale indicated was possible, correct? Your words in our application. As per Southern Shores, please see Exhibit 3. So now I would like for all of us to find Exhibit 3, as well as you, so that we can follow along with your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very, very much for
But-
bringing everybody's attention to the word possible, because
Well, it
I am
is,
going to prove that Wes Haskett admitted that
Just-
it would happen.
I just want to make sure.
And it's one of the documents that you won't allow me to get to.
No, but you will get to it when you cross
I
the
understand.
town,
Thank you,
okay?
sir.
So getting back to what I just read, Does everybody have Exhibit 3?
It
I've
consists
got
of 6 pages.
Yeah.
Okay? So you have the floor for Exhibit 3 in the application that we have.
Okay, Exhibit 3, you give me the floor. Well, Exhibit 3, I apologize. Would you like me to read the Realtor stating that what Wes Haskett said, or just what Wes Haskett said?
We want you to apply the exhibit to the question.
Okay, when I purchased property, I was being told that the town said the subdivision was possible. And I was communicating with Wes Haskett, asking him over and over again about how the subdivision was possible there. And Wes Haskett did not tell me about a proposed zoning amendment that would prohibit the subdivision.
Object again, this is returning to the fraud allegations and the real estate scam. The question is, on the application that we are discussing, is whether what could be used if the variance was granted. And he responded with his exhibits, which were that it could be used, he responded that it could be subdivided and used for 2 single-family homes. So any allegations regarding fraud are irrelevant to that question.
Excuse
I
me,
understand, but
I object.
I'm going to overrule that. I'm going to overrule that, and you may continue on. But what I would like for you to do is I want that email between Mr. Creech, if we can bring that up on the board, if that's possible, and everybody needs to get that email in front of them. It's Exhibit 3.
First page of Exhibit 3.
Has an
A
email.
little bit more.
Yeah, very,
There you go.
okay.
Yes, that is an email from Mr. Creech, who works with Jim Monroe, that realtor that public records indicate spoke to Wes Haskett, according to Wes Haskett's communication from his email account. And the email says, the listing agent, who is Jim Monroe, told me he did not have any specific information regarding subdividing the lot, which is 75 East Dogwood Trail, only that the town indicated it was possible based on the size of the lot. I can imagine a layout, but I have no knowledge if it is actually feasible.
That's fact. It's written right there. Thank you. You want to continue on with that page?
No, we can move to the listing, if you just want to point out that in the listing, that the listing also said that the lot is potentially capable of being subdivided.
Okay, so that would be the second page of Exhibit 3.
No, sir, that is the third page of Exhibit 3.
What? The second page, do you wish to speak to that in Exhibit 3?
No, just the description that states that the lot is subdividable.
Okay, so we're going to skip
Well,
Page
to
2
clarify,
in
it says
Exhibit 3.
Potentially capable of being
And he,
subdivided.
if you
Well,
read
I got that. Thank you. I
I
have,
apologize. May I ask something right now?
no, we're moving with Exhibit 3. And I just want to make sure it's okay if we skip over page 2 in Exhibit 3. Only thing I see on there that would remotely involve you would be the closing date. Up at the top. Is that relevant? Is that something that we need to know?
Well, yes, the closing date is
Yes.
very relevant.
Okay.
Actually, it's more relevant to Mr. Haskett's staff report, but
Uh,
I went under contract to purchase the house
Okay,
on May 7th. So the
but-
closing date was actually supposed to be the 16th, but Linda Lullaby, for some reason, was
The-
unable to.
The fact on page 2 is the closing date was
That
July
is the closing
7th,
date.
2023,
That is
correct?
the date that I purchased the house, the date that I agreed to purchase the house and gave money to the
The,
old homeowner, which I have
okay.
documentation here with.
Didn't want to skip over page 2 with that. You
Okay,
saying it was okay. Page 3. Once again, you may highlight what we need to know on page 3.
page 3 is just, the relevance is it was sold as potentially capable of being subdivided, which means there's a possibility of a subdivision or the possibility of not getting a subdivision, which I will prove when Mr. Haskett does his thing, or if you want to allow me now, I
Yeah,
prove
we're-
that the lot was subdivided.
We're going to move on. There's 6 pages in Exhibit 3.
I completely apologize. The West Haskett, denial of a subdivision plan on paragraph 1B,
Where are we at?
Exhibit 1B.
1B.
This is relevant to
The letter
time,
from that
all
town.
this potential impossible word together to what's
Letter from
going
the
on
town.
here to clarify everything. The plan that West Haskett denied on July 16th, 2024, stating that Town Code Section 36202D requires 100 feet lot width, the entire property, proves that the property was subdividable because the property, the lot subdivision plan that he denied was the property, was the subdivision plan that would have been approved if they didn't change if zoning amendment requiring 100 feet through the entire lot was not changed.
Okay, Mr. Mina, I hear what you're saying, and these 2 letters from Mr. Haskett are in the evidence, the application. You will be able to question him on those, that redirect with him. But I would love to get to the end of Exhibit 3 and clean that up.
I apologize, sir. I know there's one thing that's confusing to me.
Okay,
It's the female, I apologize, I don't know her name, sitting next to Wes Haskett, opposing what I'm trying to present as if she's like a defense attorney. And I want to know what her relationship is.
Mr. Mayor, she represents the town. I represent just this board. Her firm represents the town. So she is a lawyer licensed in the state of North Carolina and is representing the town.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
okay.
And her
I'm sorry,
last,
could
her
you
last
s-
name is Arizaga-Womble.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're at page 3.
Is it standard procedure for Ms. Arizona Womble to represent the town for a
Yes,
variance hearing?
she is her firm is our town's attorney. Mr. Willis's firm, and they're separate, is the Board of Adjustment. Two separate entities trying to get,
Because it's a contested hearing. So sometimes everybody's represented. This board is represented, town is represented, the applicant is sometimes represented, sometimes not.
Okay. The only objection I have to Ms. Womble being here is the Code of Ethics states that I will always manage and spend the town's funds as if they are my own and will have the best interest of all Southern Shores taxpayers in mind in the expenditure of these funds. And I'm not being allowed to present evidence because of Ms. Zombel that proves that town property owners are being defrauded by West Haskett and Cliff Osborne with zoning amendments made without proper notice. So I feel as if the code of ethics prohibits money being spent to hide misconduct, why is she being paid to hide misconduct? It's like,
Sir, does that have relevancy to what we are trying to decide here, which is a statement of fact that we are putting on a variance hearing? That is your opinion, and we are going to move on.
okay,
Okay,
this is,
no,
there's
no,
a
no,
spirit
we're-
of,
we're
this is
gonna-
the spirit, purpose, intent of the
Sir,
planning board involve ethics.
we have the code of ethics in your packet that you gave us. We are fully aware of it, and you can redirect when Mr. Haskett gets on the stand. I want to finish up Exhibit 3, okay?
Let's get back to
We're
exhibit.
we're on
3, sir.
we're on page 3 of Exhibit 3. I see remarks about Frank Lloyd Wright. The broker's notes are on there. Is there anything you would like for us to, or you would like to point out from that page?
Exhibit 3, the broker's notes, the only thing that I pointed out is that they are selling it as potentially subdividable property, and well, we're just getting back to the same thing. I mean, you see the word potentially, possible, and I have people trying to sell a $625,000 property to me when I'm looking for a property specifically for a subdivision, and they're trying to use the word.
So
Possible.
I'm gonna take that as you're satisfied with page 3. We're gonna move on to page 4 in Exhibit 3, which is a communication between Linda Laube and Wes Haskett.
Yes,
Would you
sir.
like to speak to that?
Yes, sir. This communication is very important here because this communication states that Wes Haskett stated that he spoke to Jim Monroe and told Jim Monroe that the subdivision sounded possible. And this was on April 30th, 2021. And on April 30th, 2021, Linda Laube replied, "Thanks, West." And she said, "Stay tuned." And now there's nothing on the record between Wes Haskett and Linda Laube and Jim Monroe after Wes Haskett is told to stay tuned. And I have
The
all
da-
this.
the date on
These
that
exhibits we'll
was,
get to later.
the date on that was April 30th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on that page that you need to tell us that would be relevant and factual?
Not other than the lot subdivision sounded possible.
Okay. Moving on to the last page in Exhibit 3, there is another communication referencing Jim Monroe from Linda Laube. Would you like to give us any information that would be factual other than what we're seeing?
Yeah, well, it says that my friend Jim Monroe told me that he's spoken with you regarding property owned at 75 East Dogwood Trail, and he suggested I look into subdividing it into 2 lots. Can you please let me know how we might proceed? The relevance is 75 East Dogwood Trail is worth significantly more as a subdividable lot. Taking the right to subdivide is an eminent domain violation and reduces the value and the tax assessable value.
Do we have a date on this?
And
And just to be clear, because we've got a question here, that email that involves Ms. Laube, the first one, which is the last page of Exhibit 3, is really part of the same continuing thread of emails, of 3 emails with Wes. right? It was at the bottom of the first page of that email thread. It says it's from Linda Laube, and it gives a date of April 30. It's the first email from Ms. Laube to Mr. Haskett, and then he responded, and then she said, thanks, Wes. That's,
It's the same
okay.
April 30th.
It is, yeah. So it's the same series of threads there.
Yes, those were the emails provided in public records request response.
Okay. Do we move on? Where are we? This one? Yeah, okay. Okay, moving on to the third item down from number 7. Explain how the property can be used if the variance is granted. Oh, and we have,
We've done that.
Check
one,
that
Chair.
off,
You got the
sorry.
very bottom here.
my bad.
Did the hardship result from the applicant's own actions?
Right. It says, explain how the unnecessary hardship is not the result of your own actions.
Yes, may I present my case?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Explain how the unnecessary hardship is not a result of your own actions.
Right.
I'm fully prepared and ready to go.
Do we have any exhibits that were sent in your variance application? Other than that, I see your answer, your reply,
Yes.
but I
you
do not see,
Exhibit,
I do see Exhibit 4 on the second
it
page.
says, my answer says Wes Haskett did not meet notification requirements.
That's right, that's your answer. We all have a copy of it.
I'd
It's
like to
in the
read it into the
variance.
record, I guess.
You can, but
I'll read it into the record.
Yep.
In case we go to appeals. Wes Haskett did not meet notification requirements to change the referenced zoning codes. And to make matters worse, Wes Haskett refused to tell applicant about the proposed June 6, 2023 amendment until June 1st, 2023, after 4 emailed conversations with applicant about applicable zoning codes involved with a subdivision plan being submitted. Wes Haskett started communication with applicant on May 1st, 2023, and his withholding of material information allowed the previous owner to negotiate an additional $75,000 from applicant. So
I'm just gonna renew my
This is a
objection.
continuing objection,
Yeah, thank you.
and
noted,
Thank you.
sustained. Okay.
to have this objection not sustained, what would you like? Would you like documentation? Because I have documentation that my $550,000 offer was rejected when May 1st, and the realtor said you're going to need more money. Lynn Lowry offered owner financing and got and entered into an agreement for $625,000. Like, do you want documentation? What's the
What's
reason
your-
for her objection
your
being
opportunity?
sustained?
Your opportunity will come when you get to cross the town. Your application says just what you read into the record, correct? That's your application that we have for this variance hearing. Now, excuse me. Turning to the next page, page 3 in your variance application. It says, describe the conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography, which causes the unnecessary hardship. You do have Exhibit 4 as one item in here. And if, I'm not sure,
should be right after this.
Yes, Exhibit 4 is an email from Wes Haskett on June 7th, 2023, that states, "Good morning, Mr. Mina. The town council voted 3-2 to approve the text amendment. That means at this time, all new lots must be 100 feet wide, measured from the front line to the rear lot line. The video recording will be available soon on YouTube here." And he gives the email, the website address. As I told the town council during the public hearing, we realize that these requirements are more strict than what has been in place, but we believe they're unambiguous and will prevent future subdivisions and recombinations with higher densities. Town staff will be submitting another text amendment in the near future that may allow pie-shaped or other irregularly shaped lots. The relevance to peculiar thing about unnecessary hardship is Wes Haskett clearly admitting that the lot subdivision, the lot width requirement was made to prevent subdivisions on June 7th, 2023, yet the entire month of May, when I was communicating with Wes over and over again, 4 times to be exact, 3 of which we specifically spoke about lot width requirements, Wes Haskett hid the proposed zoning amendment from me. So I'm asking about zoning amendments specifically relating to lot width, discussing them with Wes, and he's not only not telling me about them, he doesn't have posted notice of the lot width amendment at 75 East Dogwood Trail as required by Town Code Section 36414B. Exhibit 5 of my variance application is very important because Exhibit 5 is just Mr. Haskett claiming that he had a legal basis to change the lot width requirement, and Mr. Haskett emailing me and Police Chief Cole the reasons that he had a legal basis to change lot width requirements. But what Wes Haskett did was he deleted zoning text amendment notification requirement 414B, which states that posted notice must be at the affected properties. So he provided.
I'm going to
Can
object
I-
again
and-
to the just to relevance, but also the characterization, just for reference, section 36414B of the town zoning ordinance says that where a zoning map amendment is proposed, the town shall cause a sign to be placed. So that is when posting is required. And so just for clarification and for the characterization, we would object.
So there was no,
She's misstating that.
There's no zoning map amendment.
She's misstating that the zoning code, that's not the way it says it.
I'm
No,
gonna-
that's not, I'm not even gonna give her 1
Hold on.
second with that false
Now,
information either.
you-
I'll read the way it states.
Sir.
I got it right here, sir.
Mr. Mina, hold on. I'm going to overrule Ms. Womble, but I want to go back to the top of that page, and I'm going to read that one more time, okay? Because
Which
you are
page,
way, the
Exhibit
page 3 of your zoning application. Okay? This is what the zoning application says. Describe the conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography, which causes the unnecessary hardship. I don't think you've answered that question with what you've written in your application. I'll give you a chance to answer that question. Otherwise, we're going to move on because your very first sentence doesn't cut the criteria for factual.
Okay. I
would you
understand what
like
you're
to
saying.
speak
I will
to-
prove the first sentence at a later time at this hearing, and to address what you're saying about me not meeting the standards of what the answer you're looking for.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
the
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 property,
conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography, which causes the unnecessary hardship,
right,
would be the property is 47,000 square feet, which is more than twice the size that is required. That property has about 155 feet of street frontage, which actually, when you go up to the street and not to the right-of-way, is almost 175 feet. So you changed a lot with, now you're requiring 100 feet for each property. My property is 150 feet wide. So instead of putting a 30-foot easement or a 30-foot piece of property from the street to my house, now you're requiring 100 feet for each lot. And what's peculiar about requiring 100 feet for each property is a very large amount of properties in Southern Shores don't have 100 feet property width. Like you go in the cul-de-sacs, and there's 4 or 5 properties in each cul-de-sac that don't have 100 feet. Some of them don't even have 30 feet. So you go around Southern Shores, and all these houses don't have 100 feet, but all of a sudden, the day that I sign that I'm agreeing to purchase this house, and the day after I agree, he's raising the amount of feet, lot frontage to 100 feet per property. The unnecessary hardship is, besides the fact that the zoning code was hidden from me, is I don't have 100 feet on each side to make a subdivision. I have 155 feet to split. So my lot would be significantly wider along the street than most lots are currently in cul-de-sacs. I'm not asking for something ridiculous. I'm asking for something that has more street frontage than the lots in cul-de-sacs do now at this time. You got
Okay.
155 feet that can be split any way. There's
all of those things are fact, and that is what we're looking for here. If you're satisfied with what you just said about conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as the location, the size of, and the topography, I believe you've answered that question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Going down, it said the next item under 7 is explain how the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the town zoning ordinance, Town Code Chapter 36, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. I believe that,
Correct, that was in Exhibit 2. There may be more, but in Exhibit 2, answer B.
I'm lost.
It's in that exhibit.
Okay.
Here we are, and I've got it here.
I've read exhibit answer 7, which is Exhibit 2B. I believe what I was trying to do
With the
in
newspaper,
the newspaper.
that,
I also brought something that I'm very proud of. I was asked by a baseball league when I was 22 years old to help with their baseball league and their needs. And I just wanted to let you take a look at this too. I don't know what you need for credentials or how you.
Let's give that to the chair, please, first. Thank you.
What exactly you
okay.
mean when you say the spirit, the purpose, and the intent of the building code and of the zoning code? Because in my mind, ethics and zoning code and aesthetically pleasing properties, enhancing the beauty of the neighborhood are all tied together in one thing. And I'm trying to present myself as somebody that has been providing home improvements and asked to provide services for other people for more than 20 years and has done work in Malvern that was published in Philadelphia Inquirer, trying to show the planning board the things that I'm most proud about my work. And my case has things that Southern Shores obviously does not want to hear, understandably. However, like I said, my interpretation of the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning of the town zoning ordinance ties ethics, zoning code, aesthetically pleasing properties, and enhancing the neighborhood's beauty, preserving the natural beauty into one thing. So
That's
I'm
the
just trying
essence, that's the essence of your argument as to that point. It's not about, it's about your ability to meet the spirit and intent of the code. And that's what you did pretty thoroughly through supplying the article and some of your other things, as if to say, if I were to get this variance, this is the kind of thing that I will do. It will be consistent with my history. So,
Absolutely, that's what I'm trying to present.
and that's what I got, and that's what I wrote down, that's what you were trying to
I
achieve.
am not trying to show the side of me that is very determined to get this subdivision that I bought the property for, that has been prepared to go down the legal route and deal with people like Ms. Zombel who don't want to hear my case. So, but I don't know how.
Sustained.
What? Sustained. Okay, we're going to move on.
Where did the baseball thing go?
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
thanks.
we hadn't made it back this way. Moving on to the next to the last item in number 7. Will the variance, if granted, allow an increase or extension of an existing non-conforming use? Your answer was no.
Absolutely not. There's nothing that is going to increase the nonconformities. I would prefer to use a 30-foot easement on my property for access, which would allow the property to be subdivided. I can imagine a beautiful driveway being shared along the canal and adding some beautiful landscaping along the canal. So the property that has the back properties driving down along the canal, and it's a nice, well-landscaped property that you're going to see when you're driving over the Dick White Bridge. Another variance that I'm asking for would be a completely different scenario, and that's just me to be given the opportunity to get a subdivision according to the zoning code that was in place when I entered into my agreement to purchase my house, according to the zoning code that Wes Haskett presented to me when I entered into my agreement to purchase my house. Like the zoning codes were a certain way when I entered into my agreement to purchase my house. And if I had a decision on my subdivision plan according to the zoning codes when I entered into my agreement to purchase my house, we wouldn't be here today.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. The answer that you gave from that question was no, there will not be an increase or an extension of an existing non-conforming use. And that is an accurate answer.
Ms. Arazaga, there's no allegation on the town's part that this is a non-conforming use already, is
No, we agree this is not related to a use. This is related to subdivision. I would agree with that in regards to a use allowed in another zoning district because he's not seeking a variance as it relates to a use.
So what I'm trying to get at is your two answers are correct. And we're not trying to challenge you on those. There's no need for explanation. No is the right answer and gets you through.
All right?
Okay, moving on. In the very last question in number 7 on the application, it reads, will the variance, if granted, allow a use otherwise prohibited in the zoning district containing the property? Once again, your answer is no.
Correct, and I have something that I feel is very important that should be added. Wes Haskett's opposition to my zoning variance is 100% founded on the density of the population increasing. And what would happen if I was granted a variance is my property, which the way the town code is written now is 14 people can be in a single family house and 14 people could be in an ADU on the same property. Wes Haskett's in complete opposition is the town does not want population increasing. So I said, let's make this real easy. I will agree to split the 14 people maximum occupancy between the two properties. So instead of my property the way it is now, being able to be used for 28 people, I'm agreeing to limit the two properties to 14 people.
Mr. Minor, I'm going to stop you right there. Once again, the question, I would like for you to answer this question. Will the variance, if granted, allow a use otherwise prohibited in the zoning district containing the property? In other words, would a subdivision be prohibited on the property that you bought July 7th of 2023? Will the variance, if granted, allow a use otherwise prohibited? According to our
So what you're saying
current
is
zoning.
I answered that question wrong because I would be obtaining a subdivision. That's the purpose I'm here. The
I'm
variance
just
is-
asking you to answer.
Yes,
the
I
question.
answered that question completely wrong. The
Okay,
reason I'm here is
so that's a yes.
absolutely.
Okay, then we're going to
I'm here
move on.
for a variance to obtain a subdivision.
We're going to move on. Thank you. Let the record show that Mr. Minor changed no to yes. Okay, number 8, the names and addresses of all abutting property owners and the owners of property immediately across the street from the property affected. The list shall be current according to the most recent tax listing abstract as filed in the office of the Dare County Tax Supervisor.
The list,
Would that be accurate, 1, 2, and 3?
those are what I believe I got from public records, 73 East Dogwood Trail, Southern Shores, North Carolina, 27949, zoned by CAD LLC. I believe the owner's name is Jeff. I've met Jeff.
Does the town dispute the accuracy of these 3?
No, not to my knowledge. We would dispute the accuracy of
I believe this information came from the DARE GIS site.
I don't doubt it,
We have
but
no
we don't need you to
objection.
read it
We
if
do
they
not
have,
dispute it.
then it comes in just as it is.
Okay. All right.
Well, maybe we'll take a little 5-minute break since we've been doing it 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to call a 5-minute recess, stretch your legs, get a drink of water, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. I'm going to reconvene, moving further ahead on Mr. Mina's application. And I'm going to turn over number 9, which says, are there any attachments being submitted with this application? Mr. Mina, your answer is yes. And Mr. Wheelis will address how we move forward with that.
We are not going to read that into evidence, but it is part of your package, and the chair is going to accept the package. Everybody here has read it, and there's no need for you to read that to us. It's an active lawsuit right now involving one of the witnesses in this matter and you, and there's no need to go into it. We're not. We've got it, we read it, and it will be part of your admissible package that the chair has accepted.
Sir, I completely understand what you're saying, but the record is very important because there could be an appeals process. So I feel that it's very important for me to state what I've put on there.
It's admitted as a part of the record. It's admitted.
Which I assume will be over my objections.
Yeah,
I want to note the town's objection to that being admitted, but understand your.
So your package is coming in. It's part of your record, preserved for whatever appeals and suits you may have after this, if any.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And furthermore, would you locate additional facts
Which, that's
regarding
your,
on,
I don't know which
on the
page it
final,
is.
final page,
Yeah.
page 5
It's
of,
somewhat of your synopsis of the federal suit, which we've all seen and is part of your package as well.
May I please read that so I can explain, sir?
Well, our position is that as part of this active and ongoing lawsuit, no. But it is part of your record, which the chair has admitted over the town's objection. It will be part of your appeal package and available for you to argue in whatever way you deem necessary and good for you.
thank you, Jay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Mr. Mina submitted the baseball award, and I've asked him if we could take a picture of it so that we could get it admitted into evidence. And I believe the town said that that may have been already reduced to an electronic image. So do you admit that as applicant's exhibit number 2?
So my recollection of emails today was that a picture of that plaque was attached to an email sent to the town. And so I believe it would be, all right, it was, the clerk was nodding.
So
It
we'll-
was in fact attached, so we could use that picture.
Super. Thank you. Mr. Chair, do you admit that as exhibit number 2?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, may I characterize something for you?
Hang on, I've got to have a sidebar with our attorney. I will go through, I'll mention this for the record. I mean, this is important.
You're talking about,
Just, this is from the application. Nothing there.
oh, you're just going to mention it
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
you've taken it page by page. I understand.
Yeah, I mean, there's stop pages here, but. we'll move on to-
I think you have a point.
Yeah. I'm gonna- we're gonna move on to rest of his case. Huh? Well,
We need to find out if he's got any direct substantial material and all that evidence for the direct, you know, his presentation.
Well, I'll swing that over to you. Okay. You had a question.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure you understood something about my additional facts regarding Southern Shores liability in federal court. The purpose of this being part of my variance application is I want you to understand that I've done my very best to follow law and procedure through Southern Shores. And the reason I am here is because I've because I have proven that Southern Shores through West Haskett did not follow law and procedure. And
But I'm gonna stop you there. I'm gonna stop you there. We are at the end of your application. We've gone through, we've given you opportunity to answer as many questions of fact as we possibly could, and you have done that. There was one page before page 5, page 4, which is just simply a filing of the application, the scheduling of the application, the hearing of the application, the board decision, and additional information. So
yes, the
when we
additional,
move to the final page, Mr. Wheelis has stated, while we will not read that in its entirety, it is in the record, and we all have a copy of it. And Mr. Wheelis has explained to you why we're going to move on. You'll get your chance when we redirect back to the town.
okay, may I, sir, I apologize. I was a little thrown off by the procedure of me not being able to present certain things. May I enter into the evidence with my variance application? Just something I got from public records indicating that there's only been 3 approved subdivisions since 2010. This was going to be part of my presentation, but
Why don't you hand one to the chair and one to Ms. Arzaga-Wamble, please?
I just wanted to prove to the town that there also isn't some crazy thing going on with millions of
One to the chair, please.
subdivision plans being submitted and approved. It's actually only been 3 since 2010. So I'm not asking for something that's creating some crazy population
Understand.
problem.
Does the town have any objection to that, it being a public record provided to the applicant?
This is from Sheila King.
Okay, we don't have an objection. I
Okay,
mean, this
no
appears
obje-
to have come from,
Thank you, you can hand those out. Thank you very much.
What would this be?
This will be number
Exhibit.
3. The application I was going to put as exhibit 3, but we'll leave that blank for now.
This
3.
is exhibit 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Jay, since we're at the end of Mr. Mina's application, at the bottom, it's certified with his signature and a notary witnessing his signature dated August 29, 2024. That would
And-
conclude.
that's right.
Everything that we have provided to us in his 29-page application.
29 plus, I think.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, plus the lawsuit. And, Mr. Chairman, then, do you admit application VA-24-01 submitted by the applicant, as you said, dated August 30, 2024? The entire application is admitted except as to any statements that were objected to by the town and sustained by the chair. And that would really be limited to the characterizations of the illegality and so forth, which still remain to be seen on cross-examination, but the entire federal lawsuit comes in with the extra exhibit.
I do.
All right, thank you. That'll be labeled as applicant's exhibit number 4. Mr. Mina, what you just gave us about the subdivision letter is what we call direct evidence. Do you have any other things before we go to the town's presentation? Do you have any other direct evidence like that that you think might be admissible?
Sir, this direct evidence is evidence coming from West Haskett, correct?
Not necessarily. It could be.
All these things that I've been trying to testify about are all documented emails from West Haskett. This is all direct evidence. The only things that I've been told to save for my cross-examination is all direct evidence. So I would like to either enter all this into evidence now or let Wes Haskett testify to his staff report and enter all the direct evidence into the record then. I'll let you make the decision, but this is direct evidence. This isn't stuff that I've got out of newspapers and
It's not
off the
third
internet.
hand.
This is stuff from Wes Haskett. This is the
Okay.
stuff from town code.
So, Mr. Chair, will you allow that on cross? I mean, we have to see the exhibits.
I
and
want
so
to, I
forth.
want to enter this direct evidence one way or another. I'll let you tell me how you want it entered, but this is direct evidence.
Mr.
So,
Willis?
and I think all along you've been saying that you give him leeway on cross-examination,
Absolutely.
which is one of the
And-
rules of evidence.
In order to let that occur, and you said you were satisfied either way I chose, I would choose to call on the town now to present their evidence with board questions and the applicant cross-examination.
I have one thing to add though. I cannot say without taking 5 minutes to go through this direct evidence that every piece of evidence is something that is going to be directly involved with his cross-examination, with his testimony. So if Ms. Wambo is going to be objecting to evidence that direct evidence that I have, some of it may need to be entered now. If she's not going to accept it then, when it could have been accepted now. You understand what I'm saying? Direct evidence may be relevant to my variance application, but Ms. Wambo, I apologize, may say it's not relevant to my cross-examination.
Well, how
So
will,
I just want to make sure it's entered.
you will
Direct evidence,
absolutely,
whenever you want it to go in there, it goes in there, as long as I'm in agreement with, but I don't want to say after cross-examination is fine, and then have to have Ms. Wambo object to my direct evidence, then say it's not relevant now, when it's relevant.
Understood.
you know.
There's a problem, and it is that the chair can't tell you that every bit of that is admissible until it comes up. So what he's suggesting to you is that it comes through cross-examination, and if it's admissible, it will be admitted. But we just can't say that, yes, we guarantee every piece of paper you have there is admissible.
I completely understand, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page. As if Ms. Wambo objects to something, and says it's not relevant, and I'd say, well, it's relevant to my variance application, and she says, you're not on your variance application, you're on cross-examination. I want to make sure that my voice has been heard.
It might be
I-
something he can address in rebuttal after cross-examination, that if he
He
has
could
any,
offer a proof too.
you know, just kind of after cross-examination, and I have no opinion as I'm going to object or not.
well, and we don't know until the town puts on their defense. So I would like to move on to, in the evidentiary hearing, and call on the town to begin presenting evidence, just as we have with you. Now it's the town's turn, and you will be able to use any or everything that you've got on that table in redirect cross-examination,
Cross-examination.
correct?
So I would ask I have some questions for Mr. Mina.
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 Oh, that's right. Yes, you're right. So if, at the close of Mr. Mina's evidence, which I'm gathering this is, the appropriate thing to do would be to offer Mr. Mina to the board for any questions, clarifications, and so forth.
Mhm.
And then it would be the town's turn to cross-examine him if they have any questions, and then maybe follow up by the board. At which time, then we would go to the town for their presentation of evidence. So, board member questions, if any.
Okay, board member questions for Mr. Mina. Jan?
Mr. Mina, for 10 years, I was a nurse in 5 different states. And then I was a real estate agent for 23 years. And in those 2 facets of my life, it was extremely important to get things in writing. I worked in intensive care units with burn victims coming in from oil rigs and residents who were on 36 hours. And I, at that point, knew what that patient needed and would say to this sleepy doctor, I need an order. And it had to be in writing. Why didn't you put a contingency in your contract contingent on the property being subdivided and put it in writing by Southern Shores that they would approve that?
I had Wes Haskett's emails. I had
No.
town code.
This wasn't Wes Haskett's job. He wasn't the person to tell your real estate agency that you needed a contingency in your contract. When you choose to buy a property, there is a form, and you sign that form because that agent is working for you. When you voice that you wanted to subdivide the property, that you were looking at the possibility, a flag should have been gone off, and there should have been a written contingency that you were only subject to buying that property if Southern Shores could put in writing that that lot could be subdivided.
I understand. I got the information I needed from your zoning code and from Wes Haskett. Wes Haskett hid the zoning code that was being proposed. It's not a matter of getting something in writing. I have his emails. So it's a matter of something being hidden from me. I completely understand what you were saying, that I could have made an offer contingent on the lot being subdivided.
I understand fully how you presumed, and unfortunately, you cannot assume anything or presume something. It has to be put in writing. And it was your duty and your agent's duty to say, okay, I want to eventually subdivide this lot. I want to know from Southern Shores that this lot can be subdivided. And you put that in the contract, and I'm only going to buy this property if I can subdivide it. And at that point, if Southern Shores said and put in writing that that lot could be subdivided, we would not be here tonight.
I understand. We also wouldn't be here tonight if Wes Haskett posted notice at 75 East Dogwood Trail pursuant to town code. So
Mr. Mina,
I'm trying to make
You-
things
you
easy
are,
as possible by accepting an occupancy limit
you,
lower than,
have you answered her question yet satisfactorily? Because
why did I not get it in writing? Because according to town code and Wes Haskett's responses, the subdivision would have happened. It didn't need to be in writing from the previous owner. I had Wes Haskett's emails. I had your town code. It's not my fault that a zoning code was hidden from me and notice wasn't publicized the way it's supposed to be.
In
I
none of the
wouldn't-
notices was it written that that property was subdividable. It said the possibility. Unfortunately, possibilities change. Life goes on and rules change. In order to have had this solidified, you needed it in writing.
I completely understand what you're saying. Are you trying to open the door for my proof that it was not a possibility, it was going to happen? Because we can get my direct evidence, where I'll wait for Wes Haskett
Now, the
and I'll do it
question was,
then.
why didn't you think of putting it in your contract? When you and your agent were buying the property, why did you not feel it necessary to protect your interests of not putting it in writing?
Well, what happened was I told my agent I can only afford $550,000 if the contract isn't contingent on the subdivision. And the agent said, it's going to cost more than $550,000. And it's going to cost you more than $550,000 to get the property, and Linda Lalaby said, well, we'll seller finance the property to you because my limit with getting a mortgage was $550,000.
So what I'm hearing is you suggested you would write a contingency, and because of a price attached to a contingency, you shied away from it?
No, I offered $550,000 and said, I'm not paying anymore unless I have the guarantee that the lot's subdivided. And she rejected my offer and said she'd seller finance it. So I continued communicating with Wes and get all the answers I need from Wes, go through your town code, get all the town code I need from your town code. There's not a gray area for the lot subdivision. It's not a popularity contest. It's elementary school application of rules to a scale drawing. So that elementary school level application of rules, town codes to a scale drawing indicated that the lot was subdivided.
Mr. Mina.
So I had everything figured out and the lot was subdivided.
You-
Then West Haskett brings a hidden zoning code that he did not.
I'm going to stop you there. We're trying to get to the facts. I think she has asked a pertinent question that you've answered, and I'm going to ask the other board members if they would like to ask you a question. I think you've adequately answered her question, and we're going to move on with other board member questions.
I apologize for interrupting you, ma'am. The plot plan that's entered in the exhibit as one that West Haskett denied, if you look at the one reason he denied it, it was because of the lot subdivision for the lot width measurement
down.
that he changed. So according to the information that was submitted into evidence, that's your answer to your question. I had all the information I needed. West Haskett denied my subdivision plan because of the lot width change, going from 100 feet at the front of the building to 100 feet for the entire lot. So that's the only reason. The proof that I had something in writing is West Haskett's denial, which says there's 100 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mina, do you
Oh.
understand if you had had a contingency in that contract that had given you an out of the contract, that you could not subdivide the property? Do you understand that? I mean, it would have been.
I apologize. I had faith in Southern Shores and their town code and their ethics policy. Yes, you are 100% correct. I could have had a realtor say that there would be an out if it wasn't subdividable. But I had faith in your government doing the right thing, following their ethics policy and following the procedure and publishing things that they needed to publish. I apologize. I hope that you were able to make things right tonight. I've offered Wes a compromise since he has one opposition to my subdivision variance, which is the increase in population. And I've offered a compromise, which is I'm going to accept 14-person occupancy limit between both
Okay,
lots.
we got to stop there. We have more questions on the application and what we've been through already. Thank you, Jan. Tony, you had a question?
Just a quick question, Mr. Meehan. Words are important to you. You're very verbal. Am I correct that words are important to you?
Well, words are important to me, but people will not say that I'm very verbal, to be honest with
well,
you.
you've been pretty verbal. So since words are important to you, I'm looking at your exhibits 3, where it says possible, the word possible. Then I'm looking at another exhibit 3, where potentially capable of. Then I'm looking at another that says sounded possible to subdivide the property, but further review were held. These are all words. So, and then there's another exhibit 4, it says that may allow. Since words are important to you, could you interpret possible, that may, all those different words?
You know, I am very happy that you answered that question to me.
Shortly, and just a quick answer, it's a very quick answer.
I interpreted may possibly, potentially as red flags for scam that's why I have all these documents with direct
Okay,
evidence.
thank you.
All right, further questions? Robert?
I just want to clear up. You indicated that you went under contract on May the 7th, 2023. And you received some of this information during May. You actually gave a $5,000 due diligence fee to the seller. Mr. Haskett notified you on June 1st, 2023, that there was a new ordinance coming up. The fact that subdividing using an easement, that had been outlawed in this town in 2021, I think it was. So you can't have an easement to go back to a subdivided property. We knew that back in 2022. So Wes let you know on June 1st that the 100-foot width stipulation was coming up, that it was likely to be voted on. And then on July 6th, the seller offered to terminate the contract and give you your due diligence money back. But you went through with the purchase on July the 7th, the next day. So are these dates, is this sequence correct?
What you are not taking into consideration is I owned a property in Kitty Hawk where I invested $50,000 into the property to sell the property. I was making offers on another property that had a lot next to it in Collington Harbor. But what I was looking for was a property that had a subdividable lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I was already well into the process of investing money into one property, selling the property, and moving to Southern Shores. I wasn't in position to stop what I was doing and not sell my property in Kitty Hawk. My neighborhood in Kitty Hawk, I didn't know this was going to be relevant information.
It's not. It's not. The
My
point is,
my
you went
family
under
was not
contract.
safe in Kitty Hawk.
You went under contract.
We did not have a way to not purchase the property. We weren't safe.
You were given the opportunity
in
to walk
danger.
away. And under North Carolina property law, you have a due diligence period. And the buyer can walk away for any reason whatsoever during that due diligence period. And in fact, this seller offered you to give you the due diligence feedback, which almost never happens. But yet you felt like you needed to proceed with buying this property, even though the subdivision was not necessarily a done deal.
So you're putting words in my mouth that are not correct. Would you like me to tell you my side of the story?
I'm asking you if it's correct that you went through with the purchase of the property after knowing you were given notice that a new ordinance was going to be passed. And you went through with it.
I was forced to go through with it because I was in the process of selling another property. My family was in danger.
The town of Southern Shores did not force you to go through with anything.
Sir, may I speak? May I finish what he's putting words in my mouth that I don't agree with?
I think what he is asking you is, are the dates correct? And you had an opportunity to not go through with the closing. And
No.
that's fairly simple, and it should be a yes or no answer. As far as what happened in Kitty Hawk or beyond, it's not relevant to the variance application before us. We're in Southern Shores here. What happens, extenuating circumstances, is beyond what the ordinances
Okay,
show.
I understand completely what you're saying, and I'm going to have to explain it because what happened is when Wes Haskett told me on June 6th, that 2023, that there was a new zoning amendment, the old owner of the house told me that she was going to negotiate a deal with me that was amicable to both parties. And I have all this information here, so it's going to take me a little bit to go through. But she then said, I'm going to negotiate a deal with you. That's going to be so we'll still go through with the deal. She left town when she was supposed to go to closing. She didn't want to give my deposit back till the day before the closing. I wasn't in position to stop doing $50,000 worth of work at one house, take a loss in Southern Shores, like go through all this stuff. I'm being told by Linda Lalby that she's going to negotiate something that we're going to both be happy with. And then right before the second closing, she offers for the very first time, I'm talking about less than 24 hours before closing, a refund because she says she's not changing anything we agreed on because the $625,000 was for a subdividable lot. So I was, from the time that Wes Haskett entered the new amendment, I said $550 for a non-subdividable lot. Showed in the emails, I said I was going up to $550 for a non-subdividable lot. Then he changed it with the hidden zoning code. She said she was going to negotiate something with me. So from the time Wes Haskett did that, I'm being told by Outer Banks Realty, who he communicated with in 2021, that they're going to work something out. And for the next month, they say they're working something out. They say they're leaning towards a certain agreement that we both agree to, and then they don't follow through with it. So,
Mr. Mead, I'm going to interrupt you there, and I just, I want to stay on track with what we're doing here, and we're asking questions, and we're getting bogged down in very, very lengthy answers to these questions. You understand? That
absolutely,
we're
but
just
I
trying.
completely understand what he's saying.
Right.
And there's a real reason that I went through with the purpose.
I understand your personal motivation, but what we're talking about is the law. You chose for your own personal reasons to go through with the sale. And I'm sorry about your personal reasons, honestly, but it's not the town of Southern Shores issue. You may have an issue with a realtor or with anyone else, but the communications that Wes had back in 2021 with somebody about a possibility, sorry, anyway, I apologize.
I could go through this
Now, we're going to keep
And-
asking questions.
and answer all his questions.
Will you-
So you understand that what he presented to you about me going to coming and purchasing this house was not something that was done without me being informed by Wes Haskett and Linda Lalby that certain things were going to happen. And
Mr. Mead, would you agree that what you have provided to us in 29 plus pages of application, you have those dates in there? What Mr. McLennan did was he consolidated the dates in a chronological timeframe, I believe. And so the record that you have given us in the application shows all this. So we're going to move on to any further board questions.
Mr. McLennan is correct
hang
with the
on.
dates, but he left out dates that are referenced in the federal lawsuit.
Did you give them to us in the packet, the 29 pages that we received from you?
They're in the packet. See, if you go through.
Well, then that's in the
lawsuit,
record. That
he took
packet
out
is in the
certain
record,
dates.
and we are very familiar with it because I'm sure everybody's read your packet more than one time. So I'm going to entertain any more questions for Mr. Mina at this time. Ed, do you have anything?
I'm good.
Mr. Willis?
Yes, sir.
if any questions.
I'm going to call on the town at this point.
Well, I have to say the board took a lot of my questions, but I just have a few brief questions for Mr.
Can you?
Mina?
turn
Mr.
that-
Mina? Okay, thank you. Mr. Mina, you've not applied for a text amendment or regarding these two zoning sections that you're seeking a variance from? Is that correct?
No, I'm seeking a variance. My understanding is a zoning amendment would mean I would be seeking change to the entire Southern Shores community, where I don't feel the need to seek a change from every property owner in Southern Shores regarding lot width is necessary. Wes Haskett sent me an email saying Southern Shores Planning Board was going to be discussing pie-shaped and irregular shaped lots in the next few months. And he sent this email to me in last year. That's another thing that is part
So,
of my
Mr. Mina,
response
I
to
guess
Mr.
my
McClendon.
question was a yes or no. You have not, to be clear, you have not applied for a text amendment for either of the sections you're seeking a variance from tonight, correct? You have not.
No,
Okay.
not unless that you're considering
And
this.
you
text amendment.
agree that the provision in the ordinance regarding lot frontage and access from a public road applies to all lots in the town, I guess, excepting portions of the commercial district? Do you agree it applies to all residential zoning?
Correct.
And I just want to direct you to your Exhibit 4. If you'll turn to your Exhibit 4, it's the email from you to Mr. Haskett. I guess there's kind of a chain. It's on June 7th. And you referenced the email in the middle in your presentation, but I want to direct you to your email at the beginning, I guess at the top of the page, where you noted, I asked my realtor, Alan Creech, in Southern Shores questions about Southern Shores zoning code prior to providing my $5,000 due diligence fee. And on June 1st is the first time I was informed of the proposed amendment. Is that correct?
June 1st is 2023 is the first time I was informed about the proposed zoning amendment. Correct.
Okay. All right.
Can you please?
And you had further discussion with Mr. Haskett on June the 7th about the results of that hearing. Is that correct?
Wes Haskett said that the 100-foot lot width was approved. And then it's very important right here, town staff will be submitting another text amendment in the near future that may allow pie-shaped or irregular shaped lots.
Okay.
So
And he said
Ms.
may
West
allow,
is-
correct?
What?
He said may allow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this email was the day after the board voted on that text amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was 6 days after you had knowledge that the hearing was going to occur, correct?
June 7th?
June 7th was 6 days, you said you found out about the text amendment on June the 1st, correct? 6 days after June the 1st is June the 7th.
Correct.
Okay, so this email where you're corresponding with Mr. Haskett about the adopted ordinance is 6 days after you found out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe that Mr. McClendon asked you that on July the 6th, the day before your closing on this parcel, you were offered a refund of your due diligence and an exit from the contract. Is that correct?
You are asking me questions that are going to involve me talking about duress and my living situation at my last house. Yes, I was offered.
Mr. Mina,
Yes, I was offered
Mr. Mina, my question was really simple and just requires a yes or no. On July the 6th of 2023, you were offered your due diligence money and an exit from your purchase contract for the parcel that you're here for a variance for. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, one
Thank
day
you.
before closing. I don't know how many
Okay.
people prepare for moving for
And-
months and have renovations at a house for months and or selling one house and purchasing another house, and then all of a sudden think they can change things on the drop of a dime, because the reason they offered me the refund is because they knew they're going to be getting themselves involved into litigation.
Okay.
So
In
they're-
fact, your Kitty Hawk house that you keep referencing didn't close until December of 2023. Isn't that correct?
You are very correct. Can I
Thank you.
explain why?
All right, those are my questions. Thank you, Mr.
I have to explain
That's
why,
that's
sir.
all you have?
That's all I have for Mr. Mina. Yes.
My neighborhood in
Nope.
Kitty
Whoa,
Hawk
whoa, whoa.
was trashed.
But
The
she's
the
finished
neighbor's
with
house
her,
burnt down.
she's
and they
finished
wouldn't
with her
clean-
questions. Stand down till we get a little direction here.
Any board member follow-up questions? Mr. Chairman, that would bring it into the applicant's direct evidentiary hearing, or presentation, rather.
So at that point, we'll call on the town.
Yes, sir.
In that case, at this point in the evidentiary hearing, I will call on the town to present their evidence, followed by board questions and applicant cross-examination. Ms. Wumble or Mr. Haskett?
Yep, I would just tender Mr. Haskett. He's going to review his staff report.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I will just go over the staff report. There was one minor revision, so I will read this into the record. This case is VA-24-01. The applicant is Anthony S. Mina, 75 East Dogwood Trail. The property owners are Mr. Anthony S. Mina and Ms. Jennifer L. Franz, also whose address is 75 East Dogwood Trail. The requested action is a variance to seek relief from Town Code Section 30-96F, lots, and Town Code Section 36-202B, dimensional requirements to allow subdivision of the property located at 75 East Dogwood Trail. The zoning of the property is RS1 Single Family Residential. The town's land use plan establishes this property as in the residential land use category. With respect to the surrounding land use and zoning, to the north, it is residential, RS1 Single Family Residential District. To the south is a canal. To the east is residential, RS1 Single Family Residential District. And to the west is a canal. The developed characteristics of the property is that it is developed and it consists of an existing single-family dwelling. Applicable regulations from the Town Code, Chapter 30, Subdivision Ordinance, Section 30-6, Exceptions, Section 30-96F, Lots, and Section 30-97, Design Standards. Chapter 36, Zoning Ordinance, Section 36-57, Definition of Specific Terms and Words, Section 36-202D, Dimensional Requirements, and Article 12, Board of Adjustment.
Wes, can I stop you for a minute?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mina, you have a copy of this staff report, correct?
Yes, am I correct to believe that I?
No, I'm just asking. I want to make sure that you have a copy yourself.
Yes, I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Haskett.
Okay,
I thought
thank you.
I would let him finish and then I'll
No,
do my
yeah,
cross-examination.
he may have a ways to go, but I just want to make sure that you have a copy of his staff report.
Yes, I do. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Staff's analysis is that the applicant is requesting a variance to seek relief from Town Code Section 30-96F and 36-202D to allow a subdivision of 75 East Dogwood Trail. On July 3, 2024, the applicant submitted 2 applications to subdivide the subject property. The first application was denied because the proposed lots did not equal or exceed the standards in Town Code Section 30-97 of the town subdivision ordinance because both lots did not front upon a public road. Town Code Section 30-96F states that all lots shall front upon a public road. The denial was not appealed. The second application was also denied because the proposed lots did not equal or exceed the standards in Town Code Section 30-97 of the town subdivision ordinance because the proposed lots did not meet the zoning requirements for properties located in the town's RS1 Single Family Residential Zoning District as established in the town zoning ordinance and incorporated into the town subdivision ordinance via section 30-97-2. Specifically, the proposed lots did not meet the zoning requirements for properties located in the town's RS1 single-family residential zoning district, and as a result, did not equal or exceed the standards in section 30-97 of the town subdivision ordinance because Town Code section 36-202D of the town's zoning ordinance requires a minimum lot width of 100 feet measured from the front lot line at right angles to the rear lot line. Both of the proposed lots did not have a lot width of 100 feet measured from the front lot line at right angles to the rear lot line. That denial was also not appealed. In accordance with North Carolina General Statute 160D-705D, Town Code Section 36-367 and the town zoning ordinance establishes that the planning board, when performing the duties of the Town Board of Adjustment, shall vary any provisions of the zoning ordinance upon a showing of all of the following criteria. Number one, unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the ordinance. It shall not be necessary to demonstrate that in the absence of the variance, no reasonable use can be made of the property. Staff's response to that criteria, number one, there is no unnecessary hardship. The property is zoned single-family residential. There is a single-family dwelling which exists on the property. The applicant's desire to upgrade and improve the existing structure is not restricted by the ordinance section sought to be varied. Additionally, the size of the lot could allow for an addition to the existing single-family dwelling and/or an accessory building with living space, which could also increase the value of the property. Criteria number two, the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography. Hardships resulting from personal circumstances as well as hardships resulting from conditions that are common in the neighborhood or the general public may not be the basis for granting a variance. The alleged hardship by the applicant is not peculiar to the property and rather is one of personal circumstances. The applicant's application fails to demonstrate how the alleged hardship is peculiar to the property. The applicant makes false allegations that town staff illegally adopted zoning requirements and was helping a real estate scam, which are not related to the property size, location, or topography. Criteria number three, the hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. The act of purchasing property with knowledge that circumstances exist that may justify the granting of a variance shall not be regarded as a self-created hardship. The applicant claims that the unnecessary hardship is the result of town staff not meeting notification requirements for a town code text amendment that was adopted on August 3, 2021, and the zoning ordinance text amendment that was adopted on June 6, 2023, and because town staff withheld material information prior to the applicant's purchase of the property. Additional comment on this criteria. All applicable notification requirements established in North Carolina General Statute 160D-601 and in the town zoning ordinance were satisfied prior to adoption of the August 3, 2021 Town Code text amendment and June 6, 2023 zoning ordinance text amendment. Neither amendment has been or was appealed. Town staff reviewed several sketches showing the applicant's ideas for a subdivision of the property between May 1, 2023 and June 1, 2023, and never confirmed that any of them met all applicable requirements, which had that been done, would have been advisory and not subject to judicial review. The applicant moved forward with the purchase of the property on July 7, 2023, which has already been established this evening. Lastly, criteria number four, the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance such that the public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The RS1 single-family residential zoning district in which the subject property is located is established to provide for the low-density development of single-family detached dwellings in an environment which preserves sand dunes, coastal forests, wetlands, and other unique natural features of the coastal area. The district is intended to promote stable, permanent neighborhoods characterized by low vehicular traffic flows, abundant space, open space, and low-impact development of the natural environment and natural land uses. In order to meet this intent, the density of population in the district is managed by establishment of minimum lot sizes, building setback and height limits, parking regulations, and maximum occupancy limits for single-family residences used as vacation cottages. Additional comment, the applicant claims that the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance will be able to be utilized by granting a variance from illegally adopted zoning codes and because town staff is involved with a false pretense real estate scam. The town code text amendment that was adopted on August 3, 2021, removed the possibility of creating lots that only have frontage on an access easement. The intent of that town code text amendment was to eliminate the possibility of subdividing property that did not have frontage on a public street, as directed by the town council at the June 1, 2021 town council meeting, which was a result of a preliminary subdivision plat application that was considered by the town council on June 1, 2021. The zoning ordinance text amendment that was adopted on June 6, 2023, established that lots created after June 6, 2023 in the RS1 single-family residential zoning district shall be 100 feet wide, measured from the front lot line at right angles to the rear lot line. The intent of the zoning ordinance text amendment was to clarify town staff's interpretation of the town's lot width requirements by making them unambiguous, as directed by the town council at the March 21, 2023 town council meeting, which was a result of an appeal application that was considered by the planning board performing the duties of the Board of Adjustment on October 5, 2022. Staff's final comment on the last criteria is that town staff believes that granting the requested variance would be inconsistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. That concludes my part of the presentation, Mr. Chairman.
So I would ask
Thank you,
that
Mr. Haskett.
mark and receive.
That'll be Town Exhibit 1. Mr. Chairman, do you receive that into evidence?
Yes, I do.
That's the staff report, case VA-24-01 dated October 21, 2024.
And if I may have a couple questions for Mr. Haskett, but I'll defer and wait and see if they're answered through the process until the end, if that's okay.
Sure. So no further evidence to put forward at this time?
I don't have any evidence.
No, nothing else from the town at this time. I'll just defer my questions after board and cross-examination.
Okay. All right, we've heard the town's evidence. Now we will move to board member questions for Mr. Haskett. I'll start down this way.
Wes, on response number 4, you had 2 dark bullets and then further down. There was the zoning ordinance text amendment that was adopted June the 6th, 2023, and even the one before. Would you say that in general, you were directed by the town council because they did not want to encourage subdivision of lots?
Yes, they were directed by the town council, and I'm not sure if the way you put it is their intent. What I believe was the intent is in the staff report.
Okay.
Was what? I'm sorry.
Is in the staff, what I believe was their intent is established in the staff report.
I see.
Okay. So, well, but in both of these, in both of the instances with the width and then the easement that preceded it, it seemed that the council wanted to discourage flag lots. Yeah, the creation of flag lots as a means of subdividing.
It wasn't listed as a specific reason.
Okay. That's all I had.
Ed, you got anything?
I'm good.
Wes, I've got a question. Was there a formal application for town action or just the 2 different plats, which are Exhibit 2A and 2B that were denied? Was there a formal application or just those plats?
There was a formal application submitted for both plats. And there was a fee that was paid by the applicant for both plats for the review by town staff.
And what would be the context of the formal application? Because I don't see it in anything that Mr. Mina has produced nor the town.
It's a one-page document that has the property owner's information, the request. It's similar to the planning board application where there are a list of boxes. The applicant chooses a box that is applicable to his request. And it's very basic. There isn't much more information on it other than who the owner is. If the applicant is different than the owner, I believe, where the property is located and the nature of the request. And then they attach additional supporting materials such as a plat or a narrative.
But there was a formal application
There was.
involved
Yes, sir.
for both plats.
Yes, sir.
And they were denied, they were both turned in on July 3rd, 2024, correct? So
I have to go back to the,
in your analysis, says the applicant submitted 2 applications. So he would have had 2 separate applications.
there were 2 different applications submitted for 2 different plats.
Right.
And as a result, there were 2 letters of denial.
Correct.
Yes.
And they were turned in on the same day, the
I believe,
applications. This is what you're saying in,
yes, they were. Yeah, there were 2 applications received on July 3, 2024, and it states that in the parentheses of the subject line in the denial letters that are in the applicant's packet,
okay.
materials application.
And then the denials were both sent, I believe, on the same day.
I believe so.
How were they delivered?
Yeah, July 16, yes, sir.
And how were they delivered?
They were delivered, okay, they were delivered certified mail.
Dated,
I believe they were
July.
delivered, I believe they were delivered certified mail, and as a courtesy, I think they were also delivered via email.
okay. And we have those 2 letters from Mr. Mina's packet. I believe it's about page 6 of his application. Exhibit 1A, 2 letters from you to him dated July 16, 2024.
Those are the denial letters for the plats that the applicant submitted.
Any reason that they were both done on the same day?
Not particularly. We received them at the same time. I was able to review them at the same time and issue the denial letters at the same time.
Okay. So Mr. Mina, according to the first letter, Exhibit 1A, Mr. Mina has this letter as his Exhibit 1A, and it says your application that was submitted on April 29, 2024 is considered withdrawn. And then the next Exhibit 1B, the second letter, also says that your application that was submitted on April 29, 2024 is considered withdrawn. And then you go on to say that there was no appeal of either application. Is that correct?
There was no appeal of either of the applications or plats, however you want to look at it, that are in the applicant's packet. And the reference to the April 29, 2024 was in regards to a different application that he withdrew prior to submitting these 2 applications.
So what is the time frame for appealing that decision?
These 2
For
decisions,
Mr. Mina, what would be his,
the appeal time frame for the 2 denial letters that were dated July 16, 2024 was 30 days from the date of the denial letter, which I believe.
July 16, or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, July 16, 2024.
So, yeah, and in the letters, it does say, it has the 30-day language in there. He had 30 days he could have done.
That's 30 calendar days.
Correct.
And did he appeal either one?
No, sir.
And I think that's all I have, clearing up the application process and the two different plats. Jan? Tony?
No questions.
I do have one. Sorry.
Okay.
Wes, the two sections which are text amendments, make sure I'm right, 30-96 subsection F, and then 30-202 subsection D, those were text amendments, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, tell me.
30, those are the applicable sections to the denials. The text amendments were, I don't remember the exact reference, but I believe that the 2021 text amendment, the one that dealt with easements, I believe was, I don't remember the reference.
Well,
to it.
let's do this. Let me change tack then. They were text amendments. Whichever one said you got a front on a public road and the requirement for the 100-foot width
They
in
were text
2023,
amendments.
text amendments.
Correct, yes, sir.
So I heard, and I don't know, that's why I'm asking, I heard Mr. Mina say that there was no notice provided on his property, but I'm gathering that as a text amendment, it applied to a grand area, not just his property.
That's correct.
Was posting required for these text amendments on all properties, his property, any property?
No, sir. Posting notice was not required per North Carolina General Statute nor Section 36-414 because, if I may, I'll read 36-414 into the record.
Please.
Subsection B, the applicant says I withheld it from responding to him in correspondence. That was not directed to, anyway. 36-414A is titled Motion to Amend. Section A is where it lays out the requirements for having a public hearing. Prior to adopting the hearing, there shall be a notice of the hearing given once a week, 2 successive calendar weeks in the newspaper general circulation for the first time, not less than 10 days nor more than 25 days prior to the date fixed for the hearing. 36-414B, which he said I left out and then I violated, states, in addition, and where a zoning map amendment is proposed, the town shall cause to be placed a sign on the subject property announcing the date, time, and place of the public hearing for the purpose of notifying persons of the proposed rezoning. These two, they were text amendments. Yes, sir, they were.
As
They were
opposed to a zoning,
map amendment.
Map
It was not a map amendment. That's correct. Neither one were a zoning map amendment.
and had they been, it would have required posting on applicable properties.
That's correct.
Yes, sir, thank you.
I will back up and just ask you to pull up, let's see, section 36202D.
From the town code itself, or?
Yes, sir.
So go online and bring up the town code 202D?
Can you show us on the monitor?
Yes, sir.
That's what he's asking.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what
Please,
I'm
please
asking.
do
I
that.
didn't know if you
Yeah.
were asking it from some
No.
materials or something.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you read that section? 202D?
202D, dimensional requirements, minimum lot size, 20,000 square feet. That was number one. Number two, minimum lot widths for lots created after June 6, 2023, 100 feet measured from the front lot line at right angles to the rear lot line. Number three, minimum front yard setback, 25 feet. Number four, minimum side yard setback, A, minimum side yard setback shall be 15 feet. B, an additional 5-foot side yard adjacent to the street.
That's good. That's what I'm after, the setbacks and the width from front to back.
Yes, sir.
Now, can I bother you to pull up section 30-40A?
It's on the screen.
Okay. Can you briefly read the beginning of that, and I'll stop you when we're going on further.
30-40A, prior to preliminary plat application, the subdivider, the subdivider may submit to the planning board or such other persons as may be designated by the board at least 7 days prior to a regularly scheduled meeting, 12 copies of a sketch plan of the proposed subdivision. Included with the sketch plan shall be a sketch vicinity map showing the subdivision in relation to the surrounding area. At the meeting in which the proposed development is to be reviewed, the subdivider should discuss the proposed subdivision and become familiar with the regulations affecting the land to be subdivided.
Okay, thank you. Would that pertain to anyone coming in with a subdivision plat? Could that be exercised by anyone coming to you with a subdivision plat?
I believe so.
And Mr. Mina did not, that wasn't the form in which his subdivision was requested. That was not a sketch plan with general information.
He did not submit a sketch plan for planning board review.
Right. But he could have.
Yes, sir, he could have.
Okay, thank you. One more. Can I get you to pull up section 30-96F? Can you read what F says?
30-96F, lots. All lots shall front a public road, upon a public road.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions there? All right. Mr. Mayor? Okay. Without any further board questions, I'm going to ask the applicant, Mr. Mina, to cross-examine. So now's your time.
Thank you, sir. I have a lot of questions for Mr. Haskett. Is it okay that I stand up?
Are you planning on going over to him and stand?
Yes, I have exhibits.
Okay. So procedurally, let's do a few things. So each of your exhibits that you want to show him, if you'll mark it, and if you'll start with the number 5, okay? So the
Okay,
first one you want to talk about will be number 5. So in the event it does get admitted, it'll be applicant's exhibit number 5, and then it'll be 6 and so forth, so we can keep up with it. Or we'll help you. Doesn't matter, but start with number 5.
my apologies. My exhibits are labeled A through M
We'll use
and
that.
have a corresponding display to go with them. And I also need to give exhibits to each of you. So there's 8 exhibits here that have already been labeled with letters. Maybe when I hand them out, the people that get the exhibits can put the number that you'd like to put on there.
No, we'll go with
I'll be
your
here
A.
all
We'll
night.
go with A, B, C. That's great. You got it marked already. So it's a way to designate it. When you approach Mr. Haskett, you'll take your exhibit with you and then show it to him and ask him if he can identify it for you. Okay? And then that will give the town council and the chair, maybe we can take a look at a copy of it, the opportunity to review it very quickly, and then you can cross-examine on it.
Thank you, sir. My first question for Mr. Haskett is regarding his denial of my application for lot width requirements. Mr. Haskett goes in a staff report and states that the reason was denied for one reason, one lot width reason. Isn't it true, Mr. Haskett, that you denied a lot subdivision plan prior to what you've mentioned in my filing and stated 4 reasons for the lot subdivision plan?
So I'm going to object. We're not here for an appeal from the lot subdivision denial. I mean, the staff report, his application, the staff report speak for themselves, which is he applied for subdivision, they were denied, they were not appealed. So in terms of the basis for the denial or anything like that, that's outside the realm of the variance. And so I would propose it's not relevant specifically because we're not here for that tonight.
Sir, it is very relevant because Mr. Haskett claims that.
Hold on for a second. I need to rule on her objection
No,
first.
he gets to respond.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Then,
If he's got a way of tying whatever it is
Yes.
he's got there
I do have a way tying.
to the 4 indicia for a variance.
Mr. Haskett claims the applicant makes false allegations that staff illegally adopted zoning requirements and helping a real estate scam. And what I'm going to present to you is Mr. Haskett denying my first subdivision plan. And one of the reasons being that zoning, saying that there was a 1-foot overhang of my house over the side setback. So I was told I can't subdivide because of a setback. I went and submitted building plans to remove 1 foot of my house. And the next day, Wes Haskett sent me a revised subdivision denial saying that the 1-foot setback no longer applies to my house. Now, why would Wes Haskett go and change zoning codes? Because I submitted an application to remove 1 foot of my house to make it comply with zoning code? Because he has a special interest in my house.
So I'm
That
going
he's changing zoning codes. I'm going to be proving fraud. He's saying I'm falsely making accusations, and I'm going to be showing you that he's fraudulently misrepresenting zoning codes.
So
I understand you don't want to hear this, but this is my case. And this is what I paid $350 for. I apologize, this is ridiculous, but this is what it is. This is stuff from Wes Haskett and Phil Pornfield, the other town attorney. This is what I'm presenting, direct evidence from Wes Haskett and Phil Pornfield.
what do you have there, an email?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So do you want to cross Wes on that?
Yes, I do. Thank you,
So
sir.
show him the email. Let's get on with it. There still may be follow-up objections. We'll see.
Mr. Haskett, here I have
Mr. Mina, what you do first is you give it and you say, can you identify it? But Ms. Arizaga-Wamble is going to look at it to see whether she has an objection first. That's the way it works.
I'll reserve until he asks his question. We'll see how far we get. And just for the record, this is identified as E.
E, thank you.
May I give everybody a copy of it?
Not until you start asking some questions about it, because
I'm ready to go.
Mr. Mina, I would like for you to step away from Give them some space.
Provide
You
your
can-
exhibit. and then-
You can go to, is the podium mic on? That would be better, I think, for you to,
I passed him E, so if you want to wait and just go to the podium.
We're not going to take it yet, remember? Yeah, we're going to talk about E.
yeah.
All right, Mr. Haskett.
Check that microphone and make sure it's, yep, you're on.
Mr. Haskett, could you please identify the first page dated June 5th, 2024 of your letter to me?
This was a denial letter for one of your subdivision requests.
Isn't it true that this says following further review, and it is a change of your denial of my subdivision plan in which you no longer required my house to meet side setback requirements?
So I'm going to renew my objection here that this is a denial based on the date in this letter is June the 5th. This is even prior to the denials that he included in his application packet as not relevant to the proceedings. We're not here for appeal of a denial.
It's very irrelevant. Mr. Haskett has said I'm making false claims in his staff report. He opened the door. I'm here to prove that he's wrong, and
You got to say he made false reports, and he gets to say that he didn't, but the key elements.
I have direct evidence to prove. This is what it's about, proof. Evidence. It's getting,
Respond to the objection by opening the door for the record. That would be helpful. Just in regards to the report, Mr. Haskett's report is based on the applicant's application. The applicant's application is full of things that the town objected to. And if you'll note, the staff report, that is the only statement regarding a blanket denial to those allegations. There was no going through and back and forth in the email. So in regards to opening the door, staff's report did not do that.
he did
I
it.
mean, his application did, is what you're
Correct,
saying.
but the staff's report did not open the door. We did object to that line of questioning.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm going to have to object to the way that the attorneys in this room are colluding, because when you read into the record that what the town code, section 36414B states, you both misrepresented what it states. It clearly states, in addition, and where a zoning map is proposed, in addition, and where a zoning map amendment is proposed, the town shall cause to be placed a sign on the subject property announcing the date, time, and place of the public hearing for the purpose of notifying persons of the proposed rezoning. See, where it says in addition, that means in addition to paragraph A, you need to put a sign there. It doesn't say in addition or where a zoning map amendment is proposed. It says and. You don't get an opportunity to change the word and to or. I understand that you guys want to get out of here and you want to make things easy and look good for Southern Shores, but it is what it is. There's supposed to be zoning notification there. That's the way the law is, and this is the law that Wes Haskett deleted and sent to Chief Cole to misrepresent his notification requirements.
I would renew my objection again. We're not here regarding the notice or the validity. I understand that Mr. Medina has a different perspective on that, but we are not here for proceedings regarding the adoption or the notice of a zoning text amendment, which has already been done. We are here for a variance, and the grounds for the variance are very clear. They're set forth in 160D and also in the town's ordinance, and none of which are regarding those things that he is contending.
Wes Haskett specifically states in the staff report that zoning amendment notification requirements were met. He opened the door. I'm here to prove that he did not meet them. He falsified information to me, and he falsified information to Police Chief Cole. He's breaking the law, and he's bringing other people down with him. I'm trying to help you. follow the law.
Believe me, you're not helping your case. You're accusing the whole town of impropriety. I would like to overrule Ms. Womble on that and have Wes answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to answer that question.
Yeah.
It states following further review, because we consulted the School of Government as to whether or not the non-conforming situation with respect to your setback was something that was a reason why we should deny a subdivision request. Following consultation with the School of Government, it was determined, as this letter states, that your denial has been revised. It was still denied. However, the reasons for the denial were revised because the School of Government, we sought their opinion. They agreed with they pointed us in the direction of what we were seeking, and we revised our decision.
And when did this School of Government happen?
I saw it was an email conversation via the School of Government prior to the date of this letter on June 5th. I don't recall the date, but it was before June 5th.
Was it after I submitted my application to remove 1 foot of my house?
It might have been.
Yes, exactly my point. I was going to remove 1 foot of my house, and then all of a sudden, he changes zoning code requirements. He has a special interest in my house.
Yeah, we're sticking with the questions now.
Yes, may I get back to,
Yeah, I did. Mr. Meena, I would like for you to provide the board with
Exhibit E
Exhibit E.
and Exhibit C, please, which was your 414, I think.
yes, here we go. Here comes Exhibit C. Exhibit C has the
You can pass
Correct.
them around.
notification requirements required by Section 36414B.
Thank you.
C.
No, I got C.
Have you seen C?
Has she seen E?
No. She's seen that.
What?
That. And she's objected to it, and you overruled it. So it's coming in. Yes,
You objected to this?
she did, you
And
overruled
and
it,
I overruled it. Yeah.
so it comes in.
Mr. Haskett, could you please turn,
On the bottom of the motion of his Exhibit C, it's not just an ordinance. He has written on this and given some commentary, which is not part of the town code. So I would
Yep.
object to the commentary
That's
that
true.
is typed in there and that's following proposed rezoning.
Sustained.
So that would need to be marked out.
Mr. Haskett, could you please go to the last page of Exhibit E and read what Philip Hornthal wrote to me on May 24th, 2024?
Are we not talking about Exhibit C?
Exhibit E. Here, I could read it for you. It says, Mr. Mina,
Are you asking me to read it, or?
Hold on.
go ahead.
What is your question?
Could you please read what Mr. Hornthal wrote to me?
What page would that be on?
The last page.
Pardon?
The last page, Mr. Mina,
review my objection to relevance.
Philip Bornthal to Mr. Anthony Mina.
You want to address her objection? She's
Yeah, hold on, Mr. Haskett.
You've overruled it once.
Yeah.
And she's renewing the objection.
Mhm.
I have more relevance to it now also, sir.
I was just noting it for the record. I understand you've overruled me in regards to all exhibit D. I just was noting it for the record.
There's also more relevance to this last page.
I'm gonna let it.
Okay,
Mr. Mina, you are free to submit any application you wish to submit. However, in response to your specific question, please understand that unless all 4 reasons are satisfied, the proposal would be denied and you would have the option to appeal. I strongly suggest you consult with an attorney as I cannot give you legal advice as attorney for the town.
isn't it true that you and Mr. Hornthal denied my subdivision plan because of a side setback of distance? And you didn't change your zoning code requirements of my property until I submitted the building application to remove 1 foot of my house?
No, I believe if you go back to E, where I said, following further review, the administrative decision to deny your application has been revised. Because we were saying that the reason for the denial remained. However, we revised the 1 foot encroachment part because we felt that it was no longer applicable, following consultation with the school of government.
So after you and Mr. Hornthal consulted together and both agreed that I needed a 15-foot side setback of my house and the 1 foot overhang was non-conforming, you changed your mind because I submitted an application to remove 1 foot of my house.
So I'm going to object to anything that counsel for the town conferred in attorney-client privilege with staff regarding a legal question. So I would object
He wouldn't be
to that.
required, he wouldn't be required to answer that.
But-
But is it in E?
No, but
No.
his question
I see.
was that.
Isn't it
and
true that the
you-
two of them-
Isn't it true that you consulted with your attorney to this effect? And then also that I just would object to the, I guess, the characterization that the town attorney made a decision about the denial or not, as that would have been staff.
Sustain.
I got it, but Wes didn't answer yet. So he could have said, no, that's not true. The attorney didn't do that. Didn't make that decision.
Sustain.
But it is true that Wes would not be required to answer any questions about the attorney-client privilege.
Excuse me, sir. This email is direct evidence from Philip Hornthal, the town attorney.
I'm not objecting to
Yeah.
the email.
The email's in,
That's
but
not-
you asked about their discussion.
Okay, well, let the record show that my house required a 15-foot side setback requirement until I submitted a building plan to remove 1 foot of my house to make it conforming. That's it. Enough of Exhibit E.
Okay.
Mr. Haskett, you just testified that every person has the opportunity to meet with you and discuss subdivision plans before submitting a plan. Isn't that correct?
No, I read from the town code what it says about submitting an application to be reviewed by the planning board.
Isn't it true that Philip Hornthal advised you not to speak with me?
Sustained.
Yeah, attorney-client privilege there.
Isn't it true that you would not speak with me, Mr. Haskett, about the lot subdivision plan? And the only opportunity I had was to submit a subdivision plan with a fee.
That was between, you've admitted yourself between May 1 and June 1, that we went back and forth, we exchanged communication. You've admitted that we exchanged communications for that entire month, which you complained that I did not answer your. You had opportunities, we spoke about it, but when it became clear that you were intent on submitting a subdivision application, We said you need to submit an application so we can conduct a formal review and issue either a formal approval or a formal denial.
Is what you are saying that you would not meet with me for a preliminary?
That is not true. I said at one point, it's not anywhere in here that I would meet with you, and you said you would not meet with us. That was probably over a year ago. We offered to meet with you. The town manager and I offered to meet with you.
Mr. Haskett, I'm going to ask you to identify this email from you to me and read the first line from yourself to me, please.
What exhibit is that?
This is Exhibit B.
B, thank you. Mr. Mina, can you go ahead and pass that out? I guess no objection to that.
I mean, it's a town email, so.
Okay, thank you.
And this is B.
Got enough? Yeah, I'll take one. You've got enough. Thank you.
This is after we submitted. Well, okay. So would you like me to read it?
Yes, sir.
This was June 12, 2023. Good afternoon, Mr. Mina. At this point, you should direct your questions to our town attorney, Philip Hornthal. He can be reached at 252-335-0878.
Could you please tell me why you could not answer my question? Could you please tell me how Southern Shores residents and homeowners were notified of the proposed zoning amendments to the zoning code dated 3/31/2023? And I had to speak with the town attorney and was no longer allowed to speak with you?
Because at this point, we had gone back enough and I knew exactly which road you were going down, which is why we're here today.
Could you please tell me why the bottom of your email states that the zoning amendment on June 6, 2023 was designed to prevent future subdivisions, but you did not tell me about the zoning amendment until June 1st, 2023, when I was asking you about zoning amendments pertaining to subdivisions the entire month of May 2023.
So I'm going to renew my objection, although this is a town email. My basis is not the hearsay or anything like that. It is, again, relevant to the four grounds for why we are here, which is he's already made the allegation earlier that his basis is fraud, which is not a basis for a variance. I'm going to renew my objection for relevance. We could spend.
My basis is very much relevant because the basis pertains to town code. If the fraud involves me being not told about certain town code, I am unable to take care of business pertaining to a subdivision, which I bought the property for.
Hold tight. I'm going to sustain Ms. Womble's objection. You're getting off base to the four criteria that we will vote if it's tomorrow morning here. We're going to stay here until we finish this, but we have four criteria, and you are getting farther and farther away from the basis of these five people getting to that point. So I want you to move on to the next exhibit, or keep it factual and in the lane that we need for our vote.
Mr. Haskett, you just testified that I withdrew applications for a lot subdivision plan. Can you tell me why you claim my lot subdivision plans were withdrawn when I never withdrew them?
You withdrew the first application.
Where do you come up with the facts that I withdrew the first application?
That's what you asked for.
You spoke with me?
Which application are you referring to now?
The one that you said I withdrew. I didn't withdraw anything. So I'm asking you, why are you telling people I withdrew my applications?
Because you submitted 2 additional applications and then never had nothing to do with the first. We considered them. We considered the first application you submitted withdrawn because you decided you wanted to propose 2 different scenarios different from what you originally submitted.
So you're saying that I withdrew applications that were denied?
We said we consider it to be denied, and I don't recall you objecting to it.
Considered it to be denied or withdrawn?
Withdrawn, excuse me. It was written in the letter, and I don't recall any objection from you. We went on reviewing your other 2 applications, and this is the first time you brought that application back up.
May I just let the record state that I've never withdrawn an application, and I don't know what he's talking about procedurally.
So noted. Next.
Mr. Haskett, your staff report states that the applicant's desire to upgrade and improve the existing structure is not restricted by the ordinance section sought to be varied. And additionally, the size of the lot could allow for an addition to the existing single-family dwelling and/or an accessory building with living space, which could increase the value of the property. Isn't it true that according to the existing town code, I could now increase the occupancy at my lot to 28 people, according to your staff report?
No, it's not.
Can you please tell me which zoning code prevents me increasing the occupancy of my lot to 28 people? It is very relevant. His entire case.
Wait a minute. I have the rule, and I'm gonna sustain that.
I didn't get my
because
chance to explain why it's relevant.
She objected. I'm gonna sustain it. However, there is somewhere in my paperwork up here, and I'll be danged if I can find it, but the motion to preclude was part of your deal to the town. Is that correct? I think,
No, there was a second offer of settlement. if I
Right.
recall.
Which is not subject to tonight's.
Correct.
right.
Did you sustain or overrule?
I sustained her objection. Yes. Move on with that. With your train of thought there.
Mr. Haskett, you state in your staff report, all applicable notification requirements established in North Carolina NCGS 160D-601 and in the town zoning ordinances were satisfied prior to adoption of the August 3rd, 2021 Town Code Text Amendment and June 6, 2023 Zoning Ordinance Text Amendment. Could you please tell me how the military base in Duck was notified in compliance with NCGS 160D-601?
I'm not aware of a military base in Duck.
The Duck facility, the U.S. Army Duck facility?
I'm not aware of a military base in Duck.
Is anybody,
Where are you going with this?
Is there a military
Mr.
base in
Bennett?
Duck?
where am I going with this? The place I'm going with this is I'm proving that he's providing false information stating he met notification requirements when he clearly did not. He's been lying about this for more than a year now, and now he's lying to you. I'm trying to,
So I'm going to object for clarification purposes. 160B601B says notice to military bases if the adoption or modification would result in changes to the zoning map or would change or affect the permitted use of land located within 5 miles or less from the permitted perimeter boundary of a military base, the local government shall ... There is no allegation, so whether there's a military base or not, we're not aware of one, but whether he believes there's one or one exists is not relevant because there's no change to the zoning map or change to a permitted use for Mr. Minus property.
yes, there is. He changed subdividable lots to non-subdividable
Motion
lots.
is sustained. Move on. There,
Whoa.
there is no military base in Duck. There's an Army research pier there as far as I know. But
But not only
So-
that, the important part that I think you're missing is that this was not a zoning map change. This was a text amendment, which has different notice requirements, which is the purpose of me asking Wes those questions. They met those, they didn't, there was no zoning map amendment, which would have required broad notice to the military and to everyone else.
Sir, since you've brought this up with your claim that it's a zoning text amendment and you're saying it's not a zoning map amendment, and the town code, section 36414B clearly states posted notice is to be placed at the affected properties in addition to 36414A. Can
Yeah, but
you,
it says for a zoning map amendment.
this is
not
a zoning amendment. It's, what is, could you please read the top of, let me make sure I'm remembering these correctly before I go on. But could you,
Now, I'll just note my continuing objection that whether, even if, and certainly it is not the town's position that this text amendment was illegally adopted, is that even if that is Mr. Lena's contention, this is not the venue for that allegation.
Understood. And I have sustained your original concern, and I would like for you to move on.
he opened the door by saying that he legally adopted these zoning codes. I'm proving him wrong. 36414A
Do you have,
states motion to amend.
you have another exhibit for us, Mr. Mina?
Okay, yes, I do. Mr. Haskett, could you please explain?
Is that coming off an exhibit? Sorry.
Yeah, I have exhibits corresponding to all of Mr. Haskett's fraud. Could you please explain to me why your staff report states, in order to meet this intent, the density of the population in the district is managed by established minimum lot size. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong line. I'm going to come back to that one. I got this one ready to go. Can you please explain your staff report says the applicant makes false allegations that town staff illegally adopted zoning requirements and was helping a real estate scam which are not related to the size property, related to the property size, location, or topography. Could you please explain to me why Exhibit A, which is direct evidence of communication between me and you, has 3 emails from you, which I was asking about lot width requirements, and you did not tell me about the proposed zoning amendment to June 1st, 2023, when I had been asking about it since May 1st.
What's Exhibit A?
We're going to wait for direction, make sure she accepts it.
No, you accept it,
Well, yeah.
doesn't object to it. Or if she does, still have it.
Right.
This thing goes far into it.
I think it's objectionable.
June 1, 2023. He cut off the, that's new there. So yeah, the same way. Okay. I can't confirm those things. It hasn't come up yet. No. She has to set object. It's not it. This is other than what he's written on here.
All
Okay,
right, I'm going to object to the board.
we were waiting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and sustained. You need to put that away until you are ready to use it.
Well, he's ready.
And I still object.
And she's objected, and the chair has sustained it,
And I have
which means
sustained
it does not get published.
Sustained.
I understand you sustained it, but.
Well, I just said sustain, put it away, move on.
I apologize.
Yeah, let's-
Just thought I.
Now, and you have given her Exhibit A, and council, how do you,
It appears based on Mr. Haskett's review that the email, these are some of the emails between Mr. Mina and staff. Although I will note these two are written on and have some commentary related thereto. So to the extent that there's commentary or characterizations handwritten by Mr. Mina, I would object to those. The email content themselves do appear to be some of the emails between Mr. Mina and staff.
Mr. Mina, can you bring Exhibit A up, please?
Mr. Haskett, could you please look through those?
Mina, bring Exhibit
Bring it
A
up here first, then we'll let you ask questions.
over here.
Yeah, thanks, real quick.
Thanks.
We'll just go over it with the chair.
This copy's better than this one. That one. Not yet. They have to rule.
I mean, I think that the chair is going to accept this, but with the deletion of your commentary, about which you are free to ask Mr. Haskett, though, on the, from the lectern.
Thank you,
So
sir.
you can still get the points in, but we're just going to edit your exhibit. Is that your ruling, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it is.
Is that all the way through? All this.
The handwritten, yes, sir.
Mr. Haskett, Ms. Wamble just stated that these are not all the emails between you and I. And it is my position that these are all the emails between you and I from May 1st, 2023 until June 1st, 2023. Could you please explain to the planning board why you're claiming that there's missing emails that I'm not providing?
There are a lot of emails between you and I. You've sent a lot of emails regarding this situation, your subdivision questions. I can't look, honestly, it would take me probably hours to figure out whether or not you've gotten everything in here that needs to be in here.
I apologize. Let me say the question again. I just stated that this pack labeled Exhibit A has all the emails between me and you from May 1st, 2023 to June 1st, 2023, 1 month. Can you please explain to me why the planning, I just heard the planning board being told that not all the emails between you and me are included from that time?
I didn't say that time. I said, this is not all the emails.
So can we agree that all the emails from May 1st, 2023 to June 1st, 2023 are included in this packet labeled Exhibit A?
So I'm going to object. That's been asked and answered. Mr. Haskett already said he could not confirm that this included all the emails without going back and reviewing all of the correspondence between them. He has confirmed that these are emails between him and Mr. Mina.
So what would be admissible with the testimony or the authentication of the document is the emails purport to be the emails, some of the emails, but perhaps not all.
Correct.
Sir, I know I'm here on cross-examination, and I was told not to enter this direct evidence before then, but my direct testimony is every email from May 1st, 2023 to June 1st, 2023 is in Exhibit A. That is my sworn
It may
testimony.
be the truth for your sworn testimony, but your question of Mr. Haskett was if he agreed with that, and he's saying he is not sure without checking all of the emails.
Understood.
Let me ask you this, because I want to clarify something. On this survey, which is the last page, are those your handwritten notes that you would have scanned and emailed as an attachment? These are your notes here? Or did you put them on after the email was sent?
Those handwritten notes were on the survey that Mr. Haskett received and stated that the lot widths as shown may be okay per our current lot width requirements, but I can't confirm that without seeing them on a plat provided by a surveyor.
Okay.
However, we have been discussing amending our current lot width requirements. The planning board recommended approval of the attached amendments on May 15th, and town council will be holding a public hearing on June 6th.
All right,
That's what he told me on June 1st.
There were 2 surveys included. Are these your notes on the side of this one as well, which would have been emailed to Wes as a part of this thread? In other words, you didn't.
Yes,
put them all
these
together?
notes were not added.
Okay. Thank you.
Those are,
Lauren, can you repeat your objection to?
Oh, I think we clarified it, didn't we?
Yes, we're covered. I
We
just
did.
simply saying,
So-
I can't necessarily, he's not saying that it is or it isn't. He's just saying he cannot verify these are in fact all of the emails because they've been so voluminous.
Understood.
Mr. Haskett, can
Do
you,
you admit that into evidence exhibit A with the edits that we've made?
I do.
Mr. Haskett, could you tell the planning board why you did not tell me about the lot width amendment requirement being changed on June 6, 2023 until June 1st, 2023, when I asked you about subdividing the lot 4 times in May of 2023?
One, how was I supposed to know that they were going to adopt the zoning text amendment? 2, I was trying to add, in our communication going back and forth, how was I supposed to know whether or not the text amendment or what was being proposed was even going to affect what you were proposing without seeing it on a sketch? You submitted sketches, and I believe I said more than once that it can't be done. Then I also say possibly it might be The lot widths as shown may be okay per our lot width requirement, but I can't confirm that without seeing them on a plat prepared by a surveyor, to which you submitted and they were denied.
Thank you, Mr. Haskett. Now,
I'm gonna stop you for a minute. It's 9 o'clock. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. You hold your thought. You get your spot back up there at the lectern when we come back. But I'm gonna adjourn this meeting for a 5-minute break. Recess, I'm sorry. We will reconvene. Mr. Mina, you were at the podium, so
And Mr. Mina, are you still on Exhibit A?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Haskett, could you please tell the planning board why you did not tell me about the proposed zoning text lot width requirement when I asked you on May 17th, 2023, the following question? I apologize, I stated something and you typed in. I stated 75 East Dogwood Trail can be divided so each property has street frontage and a 100-foot lot width at the front of the building by making the existing lot similar to a flag lot. I would just prefer not to literally remove 1 foot of the existing home if the home was really built 14 foot for the property line that requires 15 feet. Can you tell the planning board why you did not tell me on May 17th, 2023 about the proposed zoning amendment to change lot width requirements from the front building setback line?
Because I didn't know if it was going to apply. I didn't know if it was going to be adopted, rather. How was I supposed to know that they were going to adopt a text amendment? And again, when we were communicating from June 1 until I did say, when I did tell you about the text amendment, I was trying to ascertain the whole time whether or not it would come into play.
I don't know what you mean come into play. I'm asking about a 100-foot lot. It's very relevant because I'm sitting here proposing hardships and I'm being told by a realtor that I should have entered into contingency, and my hardship involves relying on information provided by Mr. Haskett pertaining to applicable zoning codes. So my hardship, it's coming from Wes Haskett. It's not coming from a lack of a contingency agreement. It's me being provided false information. So I need to convince one of the planning board members that I did everything I could to get my family a beautiful house in Southern Shores and be in compliance with the zoning codes. And the reason I'm here tonight isn't because of something I did or didn't do. It's because of a zoning code that was hidden from me. And if it wasn't hidden from me, I could have applied for the subdivision plan before the zoning code was adopted. He hid it for.
Do you have any further information that you need to ask Mr. Haskett or Ms. Womble from Exhibit A? If not, let's move on.
Let the record show that Mr. Haskett has not answered the question why he, with a legitimate reason, why he did not.
The record will show that the objection was sustained, and therefore
Okay.
he does not need to answer.
Any further questions from Exhibit A at this time? If not, let's move on.
Okay, we'll go to Exhibit B. Mr. Haskett, could you tell me and the planning board why you state that the subdivision, that the zoning text amendment was adopted to prevent subdivisions, but for the entire month of May 2023, I'm asking you about subdividing my property, and you wouldn't tell me that there is a proposed amendment specifically designed to stop subdivisions.
This has been asked and answered. He's asked this question multiple times. Mr. Haskett answered that he did not know if the text amendment was going to pass. He did ask specifically for a plat and specifics to identify and render an opinion at the time of the formal application.
It is true that you've asked and answered that question a few
Okay.
different ways, and according to that exhibit, which we already have, it is one of the lines of questioning that you started with Exhibit B.
Mr. Haskett, you stated that you never confirmed that my lot subdivision, my lot plan that I had would be approved with it because you didn't see it when a surveyor's.
Excuse me, Mr. Mina, I'm sorry. You're jumping back to Exhibit A again, is that correct?
Yes, I apologize. When you would,
We had already moved from Exhibit A, and we finished up with, what was it?
We've admitted E, C, B, and A.
Right, so we have 4 that have been admitted, and you have taken several bites at the same piece of information.
Okay, don't-
And so I would like to move things along.
this is what I'm asking Mr. Haskett to do is identify the plan that he said looked okay in my June 1st, 2023 email and admit that that is the same plan that Douglas Styons prepared on a survey and is submitted with my variance application, because I need to establish that at the time I purchased my house, I did have an approved subdivision lot plan as per the town code that I was aware of
Is
at
that
the
in
time.
the form of a question for Mr. Haskett? If not, we're going to move on, okay?
Mr. Haskett, could you please confirm that the Exhibit A subdivision plan that you indicated looked, that you indicated may be okay per our current lot width requirements, but I can't confirm that without seeing them on a plat provided by a surveyor, is the same lot subdivision plan in my variance application? I'm going to tell you what exhibit it is in a second. Exhibit 2B of my variance application.
2B?
Yes, is 2B, and the lot subdivision plan that you admitted on June 1st, 2023 may meet the requirements at that time, the same lot lines. Because I had asked Mr. Styons to provide me the exact same lot subdivision plan.
So that's a rambling question. Can you concise it down a little bit so Mr. Haskett can answer it?
May I approach Mr. Haskett
For what reason?
to show him the 2 subdivision plans at the same time?
It's in your application, right here.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that not it on the screen?
Is your question whether this drawing is the same as 2B?
Isn't it true that variance exhibit 2B has the same subdivision plan as the exhibit attached to exhibit A, that you stated the lot widths as shown may be okay per our current lot width requirements, but I can't confirm that without seeing them on a plat prepared by a surveyor.
That's correct. That's what I said.
Isn't it true that
I
you're,
can't confirm without seeing them on a plat. That is what I said.
isn't it true that these surveyors, now that you've seen it on a plat, that you confirmed that the lot width requirements met zoning code except for the new zoning code adopted on June 6, 2023? That every other zoning code was met except for the zoning code on June 6, 2023?
I don't follow the question. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I can. Isn't it true that your denial of my subdivision plan on your denial of my subdivision plan for Exhibit 2B states all zoning requirements are met except the lot width requirement, which was changed on June 6, 2023?
All I said was the lot widths as shown may be okay per our current lot width requirements, but I can't confirm that without seeing them on a plat prepared by a surveyor. However, we have been discussing amending our current lot width requirements. The Town Planning Board recommended approval of the attached amendments on May 15th, and the Town Council will be holding a public hearing on June 6th. If the proposed amendments are adopted, I can say that the lots as drawn would not be in compliance.
And isn't it true, when you saw that lot subdivision plan on a plat prepared by a surveyor, that you provided me a letter denying the subdivision plan dated July 16th, 2024, which states that the only reason that the subdivision plan was denied was because of the lot width requirement requiring 100 feet for the entire width of the lot, which was the subdivision plan that was adopted on June 6, 2023.
July 16, I did issue a letter of denial for your application number 2 that was received on July 3, 2024.
For lot width requirements, correct? 100-foot lot width requirements, am I?
Specifically, well, it's more into that. And I can read the whole thing again if you like.
I'll just note that the letter speaks for itself. The letter of
Yeah.
denial speaks for itself, and we've covered this.
Understood, and we have been over those 2 letters that Mr. Haskett sent you dated July 16th for plat or Exhibit 1A and 1B. So they've been answered. You need
I
to
just
move
wanted
on.
to,
We're done with Exhibit 1A and 1B.
okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody on the planning board understood that what Wes Haskett said looked possible on June 1st, 2023
We
was
do.
possible
We-
according,
we-
after a
we-
survey was,
We
on there.
understand that completely, Mr. Minor. We all have a copy of Exhibit 1A and 1B, the 2 letters dated July 16, 2024 that Mr. Haskett sent you. Let's move on.
okay. My next exhibit was C, which you have, and it's my position.
We have covered Z and we have
Z.
stricken the language at the bottom. The top, we're okay with, I believe, and the bottom has been stricken.
All right, and
So let's move on.
my next exhibit is a combination of Exhibit 5 for my variance application, where Ms. Mr. Haskett emailed the police chief the notification requirements. The reason this is relevant, besides the fact that his application, his staff report states that he met notification requirements, is because Mr. Haskett states that the legal basis for amending.
Let's ask him in the form of a question, please.
Mr. Haskett, could you please tell the planning board why, when you were explaining notification requirements to Police Chief Cole, that you deleted section 36414B, which states, in addition, and where zoning map amendment is proposed, the town shall cause to be placed a sign on a subject property announcing the date, time, and public hearing for the purpose of notifying persons of the proposed rezoning. Could you please tell the zoning board why you deleted that notification requirement? Relevance is,
We have been
Bless you.
down that road with that section that you just said. It is not a map amendment. It is a zoning text amendment. And you keep referring it, illegalities to a zoning map amendment. So move on.
sir, it's paragraph B doesn't say in addition or where a zoning map amendment is proposed. It says in addition and where a zoning map amendment is proposed. That is a word that has and or have completely different meanings. And I'm here establishing
You've made-
procedural
You've
law.
made your point. We have talked about it previous. We have it right here. We have stricken the innuendo part off the bottom, and it is in the record. So move on, please.
Mr. Haskett, your staff report states that I falsely accuse you of being part of a real estate scam. Could you tell the planning board why you and Mr. Cliff Ogburn made me remove real estate opportunity signs from my property when other Southern Shores properties were not asked to remove their real estate signs? Exactly. My relevance is, he says he's not part of a real estate scam. I'm telling you,
Sustained. Move on.
I don't know that you,
I just sustained it. Move on.
okay. You. Mr. Haskett, could you please tell the planning board, when I was conducting review of other properties that don't meet zoning notification requirements, why you claim that the address 233 North Dogwood Trail and adjacent lots with the addresses of 0 North Dogwood Trail were created prior to the town's incorporation in 1979, when you signed the recombination for the plat on 7/21/2016. Could you please tell me why you're claiming there wasn't records at the Southern Shores? The
Sustained relevance.
The relevance is Mr. Haskett's been deceptive since before I even tried purchasing my property, and he's won't stop lying. And
That's enough. Move on.
okay. Mr. Haskett, you claim that in your staff report that I falsely accuse you of being part of a real estate scam. Could you please tell the planning board why I have asked your attorney, Norwood Blanker, to schedule lie detection on me and you, and you have refused to submit to lie detection?
Sustained. Move on.
I didn't get a chance to say why it's relevant. Aren't I supposed to get a chance to say why my information is relevant?
If it's obvious, we don't need to hear.
We're not here deciding if West Haskett needs a lie detector test. We're here to answer 4 questions on a variance application. Move on, please.
Mr. Haskett, your application, your staff report states that your zoning amendment, your opposition to my variance is based on the town's desire to manage density per population. Could you please tell the planning board why you oppose my zoning variance when I'm agreeing to not increase the density per population for the town and actually reduce the amount of occupancy permitted at my property from 28 people with the accessory dwelling unit you say that I can build there to
Mr. Mann,
14 people?
Put this in the form of a concise question, and I want Mr. Haskett to answer it for you.
Mr. Haskett, could you please tell the planning board why you oppose my variance application with one reason, with your only reason being that you need to manage the density per population, and I offer to reduce the amount of occupancy at my property from 28 to
Mr.
14.
Haskett, can you answer that question?
My opposition is because it didn't meet all requirements. It didn't meet the requirements of the ordinance. That's my opposition.
Move on, please.
Your opposition is
He
because
answered the question. Move on.
Well, Exhibit I that I have for you pertains, again, to my real estate signs that were told to be taken down that you don't want to hear
Can you
about.
Bring one to Ms. Womble and one to Mr. Wheelis, please. Can we get
Mr.
one?
Mina, can we look, please? Thank you.
You ready for my question?
I
Any
guess I
objection?
can wait for his question to determine, but on its face, it appears to be irrelevant, but I can wait for the question if that
Fair enough.
satisfies the board.
Can we all get a copy of this?
Let's let him ask his question, because she may object in the end.
Mr. Mina, can you ask a concise question from your Exhibit I, please?
Mr. Haskett, could you please explain why on June 21st, 2024, there was an email sent to me stating that the Oso Sandy signs at 18 East Dogwood Trail are not allowed at the location, but the Oso Sandy sign is still at the location. The relevance is I'm being targeted and harassed with zoning codes that other people aren't being targeted and harassed with.
I will sustain that. It's irrelevant to the variance. Move on.
Mr. Haskett, could you please bring your attention to Exhibit D? Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Code of Ethics in my variance application.
It's on the screen.
Exhibit 6.
6.
Paragraph 3 states, I will always avoid any impropriety or the appearance of impropriety in all my activities. Could you please explain how you've avoided impropriety in your activities with me when you're refusing to tell me about applicable zoning codes when I'm asking specific questions about the zoning codes?
Some object as to relevance. While I'm certain that Mr. Haskett could answer that question in great detail, I do not believe this code of ethics or Mr. Mina's allegations that he was, portions of the code were hidden from him are applicable.
The reference,
I will allow that question for Mr. Haskett to answer briefly, and then we're going to move on. We've been over 2 other times tonight over this material. So I'm going to allow Mr. Haskett to answer that question, number 3. And we all have what we're seeing that the employee code is. And after he answers, we're going to move on. Mr. Haskett?
I haven't done anything wrong, and like I said, I didn't answer in between the communication. I didn't bring up the text amendment because 1, I didn't know it was going to be adopted, and 2, how was I supposed to ascertain whether or not what you're proposing was going to be affected by the text amendment? I have not done anything wrong. I have not broken any laws. I'm not part of a real estate scam. None of these things that you have accused me of are true.
Thank you, Mr. Haskett. Let's move on. Mr. Mina, let's move on.
I'm going to have to say that I disagree with many of the objections and me not being to submit direct evidence. I will allow you to ask me questions or Mr. Haskett questions. I got to get my train of thought back together for a second. I guess you're expecting me to be wrapping up my argument when I have direct evidence that wasn't submitted with my application because you wanted it submitted in cross-examination and then she opposed my cross-examination, so I need to look at my direct evidence and make sure that you all have all the facts that you need to base a decision upon law, code of ethics, and make a decision that doesn't cause anyone legal problems.
Mr. Mina, are you, each of the parties will be given 5 minutes to make summation arguments. If you want to look at your material, we'll give you about 2 or 3 minutes for a rebuttal of sorts, but are you completed with Mr. Haskett? Your examination of Mr. Haskett, is that completed now?
I can tell you in about 60 seconds.
He's done his cross-examination. So we're going to listen finally.
He wants to authenticate and prove it. Well, he's got 1 minute to find more cross-examination material.
Can you
Yes.
shut him down? I mean, finish it up?
Yeah.
And tell him that we're.
Where'd that thing get to? There it is.
Mr. Haskett, you stated that the reason that you oppose my variance is because my variance application does not meet lot width requirements. And that is your reason, and it has nothing to do with occupancy. Am I correct?
Please answer.
The first application was denied because the proposed lots did not equal or exceed the standards in Town Code Section 30-97 of the Town Subdivision Ordinance because both lots did not front upon a public road. The second application was also denied because the proposed lots did not equal or exceed the standards in Town Code Section 30-97, et cetera, specifically the proposed lots did not meet the zoning requirements because it did not equal or exceed the standards in 30-97 of the Town Subdivision Ordinance, because both lots did not have a lot width from the front lot line at right angles to the rear lot line. Those are the reasons in the denial letters.
I understand, and I think I just asked you if those are the reasons that you've opposed my variance application. That's what I meant to ask you at least. Isn't it true that you just said that the reason my variance application is opposed by Southern Shores is because of those two things that you just mentioned?
No, sir. The variance has 4 criteria, and I've provided input on each of the 4 criteria. We're opposed to the variance because it doesn't meet the criteria for variances.
And what other criteria besides, what criteria doesn't my zoning variance not meet?
Number 1, on the screen, unnecessary hardship would result from strict application of the ordinance. Number 2, the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography. Number 3, shall I read them? Do I need to continue reading them? These are the criteria for a variance.
Okay. Mr. Haskett, I'm sorry, could you move that down to number 1, please? Isn't it true that we've just established that the unnecessary hardship is, when the one variance that I'm asking for is created by the June 6, 2023 zoning amendment?
I can't answer what you think your unnecessary hardship is a result of. That's for you to determine.
That is what we just established by showing that the lot plans were from June 1st, 2023, and the one submitted in application are the same thing, and the hardship that,
Sustained, put your concerns in the form of a concise question, please, and I will have Mr. Haskett answer. No statements, just questions.
isn't it true that the hardship on paragraph 1 would be the June 6, 2023 zoning amendment?
It's not my place to say what is your hardship, what may be one of your hardships.
He's answered the question.
Okay.
The burden is on you to prove what your hardship is.
Isn't it true that the hardship peculiar to my property is a result of the June 6th, 2023 zoning amendment?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know what you're saying the hardship is.
I think he's answered your question. Do you have any other questions about the 4 criteria that he has put in his staff report?
Can you go down the last one? I believe Mr. Haskett has answered my questions on the last one.
Number 4.
Yeah, I believe in closing argument, and I can explain how these questions.
Is this your closing argument?
No,
Okay.
I'm just
Do
making.
you have another question?
I apologize. I was, well,
And you received the staff report that you're looking at right now, correct, from Mr. Haskett?
Yes, I
This
did.
shouldn't be anything new to you. So if you have no further questions, I would like to wind this thing up, and we will have rebuttal from the town, from you,
all right, I do have another question.
or closing statements.
Mr. Haskett, is the town ethics policy part of the spirit and intent and purpose of the zoning variance standards that I need to meet tonight?
The Code of Ethics Policy and the Town Code of Ordinances are 2 separate things.
Mr. Haskett, isn't it true that I am asking for a variance to get a subdivision plan, but only need 1 variance out of 2? I believe there may be a little confusion that I need 2 variances when I only need 1. I just want to make sure that all the planning board members understand that I only need 1 variance to get a zoning amendment. To get a subdivision plan approved.
I don't follow with that.
Isn't it true that each of your denied subdivision plans only had 1 town code that I needed a variance from?
Can't.
He doesn't need 2 variances, he would succeed with just 1. Is that correct?
Could he get a rezoning if they granted one of his 1 variance from 1 section based on his different plans? His subdivision, not a rezoning.
You have requested 1 variance from these sections that were the basis of your denial. You have requested 1 variance application for the requirements that apply to both of your application denials.
And I only need 1 variance to succeed with a subdivision plan, correct?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Mina, doesn't in your application,
Mr. Haskett, this,
hold on, I'm talking. In your variance application, 29 plus pages that we have received and read and studied, you describe the variance that you're seeking, correct?
yes, I did, but when I read Mr. Haskett's staff report, for some reason, I got the impression that Mr. Haskett was trying to present to the planning board that I needed 2 variances,
One application.
but I only need 1 variance. I have 2 different subdivision plans. I explained which plan I thought would be more aesthetically pleasing to the
And
Southern
that's what you
Shores.
brought to us in your variance application, which is 5 pages long, and then your attachments all were in support of the variance that you're seeking tonight, right?
Correct.
So do you have more questions for Mr. Haskett?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Is there anyone here on the board that has any more follow-up questions of Mr. Haskett? Hearing none. Yes, ma'am.
I just have one question. I reserved to the end to make sure I didn't ask multiple questions. So I just have one question, Mr. Haskett.
Please.
Thank you. Mr. Haskett, in Mr. Mina's presentation, he referenced part of the basis for the problem about the spirit and the nature of the town ordinance and public safety was that one of his proposed subdivisions and variances, and I think in particular his preferred variance, was such that would promote public safety because his driveway stops 75 feet or so from his house. Is there would a variance be required for Mr. Mina to extend his driveway currently without a variance?
Would a what be required?
Is a variance required for Mr. Mina to extend his driveway
No,
for access of safety vehicles?
no.
What is the path for that to occur?
To extend the driveway on property, you would need to obtain a zoning
Okay. And why would you have to obtain a zoning permit?
to ensure lot coverage requirements are met.
Okay. And has the town received a application for a zoning permit to extend a driveway on Mr. Mina's property?
No, we have not.
Okay. And so is a variance required in order to allow greater access to Mr. Mina's property for public safety or emergency vehicles?
Is what required?
A variance, is a variance required such that he can improve his access to his property?
Variance is not required so he could improve access to his property.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the town rest?
One moment. Yes, we do rest.
All right, and Mr. Chair, just to confirm for the town's exhibits, you have admitted the staff report as town exhibit number 1.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. Now, the evidence is closed. We need to go back and revisit the motion to preclude before we have summation arguments, because we may not need summation arguments depending on the result of that motion. Mr. Mina, you have, say, 5 minutes to make your presentation as to the motion to preclude. This will be arguments, please.
Thank you, sir. My motion to preclude the variance hearing scheduled for today is based on Wes Haskett violating notification requirements to obtain the zoning amendments that actually bring me here today.
We're going to ask you to help
Yeah,
us
we need for you to read word for word what your
and
motion.
then make your argument.
Yeah, if you don't mind reading, because we don't have it in front of us.
Okay, my application, the motion Applicant's motion to preclude variance hearing scheduled for October 21st, 2024 due to Southern Shores conspiracy to falsify information to the public and planning board, and grant applicants variances from section 3096F and section 36202D, and refund applicants $350 variance application fee. I, Anthony S. Mina, applicant in the October 21st, 2024 zoning variance hearing, hereby motion to preclude variance hearing scheduled for October 21st, 2024 due to Southern Shores conspiracy to falsify information to the public and planning board, and grant my variance from section 3096F and section 36202D, and refund my $350 variance application fee. In support thereof, I hereby aver the following facts. Applicant has a variance hearing scheduled on October 21st, 2024 because of hardships including West Hasket's refusal to tell applicant about the June 6, 2023 zoning amendment to prevent subdivisions until June 1st, 2023, despite applicant's 4 emails during May 2023 asking about the 75 East Dogwood Trail subdivision, which applicant was told by Outer Banks Realty that Southern Shores said was possible. During the month of May 2023, Outer Banks Realty negotiated an additional $75,000 from applicant for a lot that was subdividable as proven by West Hasket's June 1st, 2023 email, which is attached hereto, made a part hereof, and marked Exhibit A. Paragraph 2. West Hasket and Southern Shores did not comply with West Hasket and Southern Shores did not comply with town and state notification requirements when making the June 6, 2023 and August 3rd, 2021 zoning amendments because West Hasket did not give notice to the U.S. Army's duck facility pursuant to 160D 601B. West Hasket did not get permission to downzone on June 6, 2023, which means changing subdividable lots to non-subdividable lots. Permission to downzone from the property owners, and never received a unanimous vote for the zoning amendment West Hasket initiated. And Southern Shores did not have posted notice at affected properties as required by Town Code Section 36414B. A true and correct copy of a public records request proving notification requirements were not met for TCA-21-06 and ZTA-23-03 is attached hereto, made a part hereof, and marked Exhibit B. West Hasket falsified Southern Shores Town Code notification requirements to applicant, Police Chief Cole, and Mayor Maury on May 21st, 2023 by deleting Section 36414B, requiring posted notice of the zoning amendment at affected properties. A true and correct copy of West Hasket's May 21st, 2023 email is attached hereto, made a part hereof, and marked Exhibit C. North Carolina Code General Statutes, subsection 14-2225, false reports to law enforcement agencies or officers provides. Any person who shall willfully make or cause to be made to a law enforcement agency or officer any false, misleading, or unfounded report for the purpose of interfering with the operation of a law enforcement agency or to hinder or obstruct any law enforcement officer in the performance of his duty shall be guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor. West Hasket is guilty of making false reports to law enforcement. West Hasket, Cliff Ogburn, and Philip Hornthal have knowingly refused to correct their illegally adopted zoning codes, which violate all Southern Shores property owners' Fourth Amendment due process rights. And for at least 5 months now, when the only thing federal law, state law, and Southern Shores Town Code and Town Ethics Policy permits Southern Shores to do is remedy their wrongdoing. West Hasket is in violation of Town Ethics Policy number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 6, which provide, number 1, I will always obey the law and will not try in any way to influence application of the law by any of the town's authorities and personnel. I will always uphold the integrity and independence of my job. I will always avoid any impropriety or the appearance of impropriety in all of my activities. I will never use my position to harass or adversely influence any of the town's other employees. A true and correct copy of the town's ethics policy is attached hereto, made a part hereof, and marked Exhibit D. Wes Haskett prepared a staff report on October 14th, 2024, and again falsely acclaimed all applicable notification requirements were met. A true and correct copy of Wes Haskett's falsified staff report is attached to, hereto, made a part hereof, and marked Exhibit E. Southern Shores lacks jurisdiction to enforce illegally adopted zoning codes. Therefore, forcing applicant to pay $350 for a variance hearing substantiates a criminal conspiracy to steal $350 from the applicant and harass applicant with unenforceable zoning codes. Wherefore, applicant Anthony S. Mina hereby respectfully requests Southern Shores and/or the Planning Board to preclude the variance hearing scheduled for October 21st, 2024, due to Southern Shores conspiracy to falsify information to the public and Planning Board, and grant applicants variances from Section 3096F and Section 36202D, and refund applicants $350 variance application fee. Respectfully submitted, Anthony S. Mina.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. That is your statement for relating to the motion to preclude.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Board, it would be appropriate for either a motion to allow the motion to preclude or to deny the motion to preclude. It would be a motion to approve if you found that there was relevant, competent, and substantial evidence of neglect, unlawful acts, conspiracy, or intentional misconduct on the part of town staff. If there is no finding of that, then the motion would be to deny.
I would ask for a motion
Yeah,
along those lines, please.
I'm going to make a motion to deny the motion to preclude.
Thank you, Tony. Is there a second?
Second.
Ed, seconds. We'll need to have discussion, or
If there is discussion to be had, it is appropriate to call for discussion, yes.
among the board members.
Yes.
Is there anyone that would like to speak to that motion and argue for or against it? Any discussion? I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, raise their hand and say aye. Aye.
Is that 5 ayes?
5 ayes, none seen.
All right, now we'll turn our attention to a summation and argument from each party as to the variance itself. Each party will be given 5 minutes to sum up and make their arguments, and Mr. Mina, it's your option. If you'd like to go second because you have the burden, you can do that. Sometimes people like to hold off and hear what the first party says, but we'll give you the option of either going first or second.
I would like Wes Haskett go first.
So noted.
Thank you.
It will be the town, not
Yeah.
Mr. Haskett, but it will be the town.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Board. I will try to be brief, given the hour and the amount of information you've already received. I believe you've received enough information to make a decision tonight. I would specifically direct the board to focus on the variance grounds, which are set forth in 367 of the town zoning code, and also 160D 705D, as those are the things that we are bound by tonight and where we have to, the board is bound to make their decision. The applicant has the burden of proving all four grounds. And if he fails just one, then the variance fails. So I think it's important to go through each one. One, the unnecessary hardship would result from a strict application of the ordinance. The only hardship that was alleged by Mr. Mina was fraud. He repeatedly said that over and over, and that's not a basis for ground number one. He talked about he wanted to beautify his property, and that he wanted to sell the parcel, to subdivide the lot and sell the parcel such that he could use those funds to beautify his property. Again, we would contend that is not an unnecessary hardship. I think it's important to note too, and the school government provides us a lot of guidance in these issues. And Adam Lovelady wrote an article describing, summarizing the law in North Carolina about variances and hardships. And he says a hardship has to be more than an inconvenience or a preference for a more lenient standard. And the applicant must show substantial and undue nature of this hardship as compared to others subject to the same condition. The evidence is uncontradicted tonight that the provisions, both provisions, if you choose one or the other, are both applicable to all parcels in the residential zoning district in the town of Southern Shores. So we would contend that Mr. Mina has not shown he will suffer an unnecessary hardship from the strict application of the ordinance as it relates to him specifically. Additionally, in regards to number two, that the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, and topography, I would again reiterate my argument for number one, which is there was no evidence presented about Mr. Mina's property specifically that would rise to the level of hardship relating to his specific property. In fact, his testimony was that his property is just like all the other properties in Southern Shores, and that he would like to subdivide, and there are other people, and that he would have road frontage, but he could have less road frontage. So there's been no evidence, no substantial competent evidence to meet the grounds in number two regarding his property. Additionally, in regards to ground number three, that the hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. I think that the record is clear that the hardship is a result, that the hardship that Mr. Mina contends, one, fraud, and two, that he can't subdivide the lot like he desires to, is absolutely a direct reflection of his personal circumstances, and that he has testified about all of the dates relating to the offer to purchase, his ability to get out of the purchase, his ability to receive his earnest money back, and all the different things that he could have done prior to being in this property, and that this inability to subdivide the property is directly related to his personal circumstances. In fact, and I refer back to the article from Adam Lovelady, and it says that a variance is not the appropriate remedy for a condition or a hardship that is shared by the neighborhood or the community as a whole. Such conditions should be addressed through an ordinance amendment. And you heard tonight there's been no application for an ordinance amendment for either section. There was no appeal related to his denials of the subdivision by staff. And then finally, in regards to the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved, both the requested sections of the ordinance that are sought to be varied were clearly adopted and requested by the town council. It followed through the planning board. They were, as we say here tonight, are valid, legal, enforceable laws of the town of Southern Shores, which are applicable to everybody. Varying outside of those, specifically those two portions, he's asking for a variance absolutely in contradiction to the spirit and nature of the ordinance as it is adopted. So it is the town's contention that in addition to all of the other things argued in staff's report, that Mr. Mina has not met his burden, that he has in fact failed to meet any of the four criteria as set forth in the ordinance, and we would ask that you deny the variance.
Thank you, Ms. Womble.
And Mr. Chair, before we go to Mr. Mina, I want to clean up a couple of things I may have failed to mention, although you admitted them during the course of the testimony, that exhibits produced by Mr. Mina, Exhibit E, C, B, and A were all admitted. Exhibit I was denied.
Can you please repeat that, sir?
Yes, sir. E, C, B, A were all admitted, and Exhibit I was not. All right, you're up for argument. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate my position here today and explain how my evidence submitted proves that I should be granted a variance and will be meeting the town codes and exceeding the town code's spirit, purpose, intent by obtaining a zoning variance. Paragraph 1 states that I must demonstrate an unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the ordinance. The zoning amendment on June 6, 2023, that I've proven is the sole reason for interfering with my lot subdivision plan is a hardship that I incurred because the zoning amendment was not provided to me by West Haskett when I was asking about subdivision zoning codes, and it wasn't on the Southern Shores Town Code. I did everything as far as a consumer would do to make sure applicable zoning codes would be met, and I would succeed in Southern Shores with the plans to subdivide the lot as the property was sold to me for. So if I wouldn't be here if there wasn't a zoning code hidden from me. The subdivision plan would have been submitted prior to the zoning code being adopted. It's that simple. If I would have been given the information when I asked for it by West Haskett, I wouldn't be here. The application would be submitted and I'd have my subdivision plan approved. But I'm here because the zoning code was hidden from me. And there was not posted notice at the property as required by Southern Shores Town Code. The unnecessary hardship also includes the fact that a subdividable lot is worth significantly more. And as a person in the home improvement field, it makes a huge difference to obtaining your funds for building your project, because in order for me to build at my house, I need to move out of my house without the subdivision plan to get an investment loan. Where if I had the subdivision plan approved, I would have a separate lot right next to me where I get the investment loan on the separate lot and do not need to move out of my house. So there's a major hardship caused by the lack of subdivision, caused by the zoning code that I'm asking a variance for. It's the difference between my family moving out of our house, renting a house while I work on our real house, because we need to get an investment loan. So there's a major hardship from that angle there. There's also another hardship that involves future litigation that I do not want to be a part of. I don't want to be suing the town I live in because their best case scenario is they made a mistake and didn't tell me about zoning codes that they were supposed to tell me about when I was asking them about, and somebody else received $75,000 additional from me because I wasn't being told about zoning codes I was asking about. It just all ties together to legal inconveniences that would simply be corrected if the least bit of responsibility was taken for things like me not being told about zoning codes when they were relevant. And I'm paying $75,000 additional. So it's a $75,000 mistake that Wes Haskett wants to claim he made. That's what it is, what it cost me, $75,000. So it may not be, $75,000 may not be much to Miss Womble there, but $75,000 isn't something that my family can accept as a loss and allow a staff attorney to argue with the town's money doesn't meet town code requirements. I must have moved to the wrong town if the town people in this town believe that the town's money should be spent saying $75,000 mistakes made by government employees shouldn't be remedied with the most basic remedy, like holding me to the zoning codes that were applicable when I bought my house, that Wes Haskett told me about. That's how simple it is. You hold me to the zoning codes that I was told of when I bought my house and Wes Haskett told me about. And we all walk out of here, and it's been late. It's a late night probably for me and other people here. But the $75,000 problem is fixed. It's been months too long for my family, but the $75,000 problem that's, as it's going to federal court and I got to file other junk that I don't want to file because I'd rather be working at my house, would be fixed. So that's an unnecessary hardship for paragraph 1. Paragraph 2.
Mr. Wheelis said 5 minutes for each side. That alarm just went off. That was your 5. I'm going to allow you to have a couple more minutes.
All right. Well, how many more minutes? Because I got a lot on my mind. And
Well, I'm sure you do, but the deal was 5 minutes per side, and Ms. Womble was right up to the line on hers. You have exceeded yours a little bit, and I'm gonna let you go a little bit longer, but you need to wrap up this statement.
okay, paragraph 2 also states that there has to be a hardship because of the things that are peculiar to the property. What's peculiar to my property is it's 155 feet wide at the street and 47,000 square feet. So it's peculiar because it's more than the lot size requirements for 2 lots. And you change the zoning code to require 100 feet for each lot at the street, when my lot is peculiar because it's long, meaning that it's 450 feet deep, but only 155 feet wide. Where if I would come back and say, I'd like a zoning variance or amendment stating that the front lot width of my property is actually the wider side because my house faces the canal, I meet the lot width requirements. So like, there's different ways to look at it, but my house faces the canal. So it's peculiar because my house is facing the canal and there could be 2 houses side by side, both with 200 feet of frontage if the canal was considered the front of my lot where the front of my house is facing. You understand what I'm saying? My house faces the canal, not the street.
So I'm going to object, that was not part of the evidence.
That is true.
It's on the lot plans that were submitted, so I will move on. The hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner, is what West Haskett claims. Or West Haskett claims the hardship occurred all because of information being withheld from me and me not being able to rely on Southern Shores website, which has all the town codes, Southern Shores notification requirements being met. Linda Lalby could claim that she wants to sue the town and start a class action lawsuit against the town for not meeting notification requirements because she doesn't want to go to court over the $75,000 because that's her way out of this problem. She sues the town.
Can
So-
you wrap up, please?
Yes. So, like again, that's about it. If town code ethics policy was met, I could rely on the zoning codes published in Southern Shores and rely on the information provided to West Haskett, from West Haskett to me. We wouldn't be here. I would have a subdivision plan provided. That's my hardship. That's the reason I'm here. And another reason I'm here is law requires government employees to remedy their wrongdoing. And instead of remedying their wrongdoing, they're spending town money on defense attorneys who are objecting to direct evidence when you just fix your simple mistake and try to move on. I'm not trying to make his mistake into a town problem, but it cost me $75,000 at a very minimum.
We're not here to judge that tonight. Is that your closing statement? Because you've exceeded the 5 minutes by about 5 minutes.
I just want to apologize one last time and just tell you one more time that I would have much rather been here telling you about how much I love my job and how I could exceed the standards set forth in the town spirit and purpose and intent of the zoning code if I was just allowed to do my job and work at my house and not be here with document after document documenting misconduct, because I'd much rather tell you about myself and my job and the work that I can do at my house than be sitting here pointing out all your mistakes, all Southern Shores mistakes that brought me here.
Thank you.
That's not why that I moved to Southern Shores.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mina. Mr. Chairman and Board, I'll note the following, that both the applicant and the town have treated the two variance applications as one, that the two variances were included on one application supported by one fee, and that the staff report addressed both variance requests cumulatively. So it is my suggestion that one round ought to take care of both variances perhaps. But if you, in your discussion, find out that one gets a nod up and one gets a nod down, then we need to probably separate them. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you for an inquiry of the four indicia for the granting of the variance or denial, recalling that for approval of the variance, a 4/5 vote is required for each of these questions.
Thank you, Jay. I'm going to read number 3 in the order of hearing for variance application. After each item 1 through 4, we will have discussion and we will vote at each juncture. Board members, a 4/5 majority vote on each of the following criteria is required to grant the variance. We are going to vote on each. Question number 1, does a strict application of the ordinance result in an unnecessary hardship for the applicant? Voting yes is for granting the variance. I'll start with Jan.
No.
Tony?
No.
Ed?
No.
Robert?
No.
And I vote no. So that is 5 noes, 0 yeses.
Mr. Chairman, in light of that particular vote, I offer you some suggested findings of fact that the applicant admits that the lot can be used and is currently used or may currently be used as a single-family residence, including the fact that an accessory building could be added and certain expansion improvements could be made to the building itself. Other than that, you may want to consider, and you probably should, adopt the town's findings in support of that particular question. Any objections to that?
No.
Any additions to the findings of fact? Thank you.
Do we need to redo any of this?
Just going to number 2.
Okay, does the hardship, number 2, does the hardship result from conditions that are peculiar to the property? Voting yes is for granting the variance. I'll start again with you, Jan.
No.
No.
Tony? No. Ed?
No.
Robert?
No.
I will vote no.
Board and Mr. Chairman, I offer you these, that the property is bounded on 2 sides by a canal and a lagoon. It is a little over 47,000 square feet, so in relative terms, a larger lot. It has 150 feet of road frontage. Other lots have that same amount of frontage or varying amounts, but are of similar size, and particularly in this neighborhood when many lots are surrounded or at least bordered by a canal and or a lagoon. In addition to that, I would encourage you to adopt the town's findings in support of that matter from the staff report.
Noted and entered into the record. Number 3, does the hardship result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner? Voting yes is for denial of the variance. Jan?
Yes.
Tony? Yes. Yes.
Robert?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes.
I can offer you this. The applicant carried forward with the purchase despite being told that the subdivision idea was possible. And upon further review and submittal of surveys and so forth, could have made the offer contingent on subdivision approval. In addition to that, you may consider adopting the town's findings in support of that particular question.
Noted and entered into the record. Number 4, is the requested variance consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance? Voting yes is for granting the variance. Jan?
No.
Tony, no.
Tony, no. Ed?
No.
No.
Robert? I'm going to vote no.
I offer this from testimony particularly. It seems to be clear that the town intended to avoid the division of lands having less than 100 feet of road frontage, and that all lots must front on a public road. In addition to that, I encourage you to adopt whatever town findings may be in support of the staff report.
Noted and entered into the record. Board members, you were to make one of the following decisions. Approve the variance with conditions, or deny the variance.
And Mr. Chairman, having concluded these 4 inquiries the way that this board did, there is only one option, and that is to deny. So you'd be looking for a motion to deny the variance based on these findings.
I'll make a motion to deny excuse me, I'm sorry. Deny the variance And
Both variances included in the single application.
yes, they are.
Is there a second?
I second.
Jan seconds. Any discussion? Anyone? We'll vote. All in favor of Tony's motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None?
Just to
Variance
announce
is denied.
Thank you. I was going to make sure we did that. And
Thank you, Mr. Needham.
you may be returning to your
Yeah,
agenda.
we have more work to do on this agenda, a couple of things to clean up. So that concludes new business? Correct? We will move out of the Board of Adjustment seats and stay put for Planning Board information, starting with public comment. No one here from public wish to speak? Anybody?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meanham. Planning board member comments. Jan? Tony?
That's for dinner.
I don't have any. Ed,
Gonna be in the fridge.
comments?
Thank you, Wes. That's my
Robert?
comment.
No comment.
Okay, announcements. Wes?
Next scheduled meeting is November 18th at 5 o'clock here in the Pitt Center. We may have an appeal of a formal zoning interpretation, and we may also have a text amendment. We shall see.
When it rains, it pours.
That's correct.
And we will look over Sheila's minutes and make corrections and bring them back for the next meeting.
Yeah, at the next meeting, we'll have the 2023, May 15, 2023 minutes for approval.
Right.
24?
No, the 23. went by.
Oh, okay.
It's been a year since we've met.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, anything else from anybody?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I was gonna get to that. Pretty quick, Tony. I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Thank you all for enduring this. Well, fine now.